Django is very easy framework. So far we have seen REST APIs, right? How to build, how the REST APIs work. What are the different types of verbs and methods? Get, post, put, delete. All these methods we have seen. But in practice, how these things are used, we have already seen that somewhat in our first project. We were using Express to build these backend APIs. Django is has powerful API capabilities, as well as easy to use framework capabilities also. First, we will first dig into the basics of Django and then go in depth into how to customize these REST APIs in Django. So Django has a framework called REST framework, Django REST framework, so which will allow us to uh, add more advanced REST APIs. So on an overall, this Django will allow us to create easy to use interfaces with just simple code itself without manipulating the get request or post request. We'll first look into how to build a simple application and then go in depth into how the REST APIs can be implemented and more advanced features can be developed within that application. So right now, let's go start using this repo. It's just one placeholder I'm using. So first, let's create a new project. This is a folder I have created, but let's open the terminal and let me create a new Django project. Before going into Django, let's create a virtual environment for this project so that it won't corrupt my system Python installation. So I will just use Python and some env, and I can give any folder name, my Django env, and use. It'll initialize all Python in a virtual environment called this folder, inside this folder. So if I do see here, it created a folder. This folder has all this Python installations, but I want to add one ignore file here so that it won't commit uh, into this folder. I don't need to commit into the repo folders. It's only temporary folder that I'll use for storing my packages and everything. So for that, I will just add my Django. Yeah. So if I add this folder in git ignore, if I do git status, it won't show up. By default, it has added git ignore here. Okay, I don't need to add the git ignore then. So what I'm trying to do here is this folder I wasn't trying to, I shouldn't push into the git repository. So what this folder already has is .git ignore that ignores all the files within this folder. So as this guy has git ignore, I don't need to add this folder in this place. We'll go in depth into git at a later point. So I don't need to add that for me. So now let's go activate this environment for me. I will just go into /cd my to list scripts. Inside the scripts, I have one activate.ps. So I need to activate this /activate.ps. So now this environment got activated. So whatever packages I install, it will only affect this particular environment, not my global installation of Python. So now let me go install Django. Install Django. This is required for creating a Django project. Okay, now Django is installed. I do a quick list. Okay, Django is there. Now there is a command called Django admin. Once I install Django package, I will have Django admin command. This is the command that gets installed automatically. Let me try Django admin. So there is a lot of commands that Django admin has. So one of them is create project or start project. Start project. So whenever I want to create a new project, I will have to use start project. It's like npm init we do, right? In the uh, Node.js projects, we will do similar thing in Django admin. So I will just use Django admin start project my first project. My project, I'll just use my project. So what it has done is it has created a folder, my project. Inside that, there are certain files it created. So manage.py is the interface through which we can add new routes, new pages, new models, and new migrations. All the control structures will be in the manage.py file. We don't have to edit anything in the manage.py. Manage.py is only for the administrative purposes, and more advanced settings also will happen in manage.py. So what we are concerned about is my project inside the my project. So basically, when I created start project and issue start project, it created a parent folder, my project, and it has manage.py in it. And this is for administering this project. And inside the my project, there is another folder called my project. This is the global settings of all the project project configurations. Most of the times, we won't be touching this at the project level. We'll be creating smaller applications inside this my project. So let's go into this settings.py and see what it has. So it has installed applications. This is one of the important aspects of a Django project. By default, it gives an admin interface and an authentication capabilities for this application. So this is settings, and this is URLs. URLs has all the patterns or routes that we can access. So for now, we will just stick with that and we'll create a new application. All Django offers is a set of disconnected applications, and they all can be connected to this management interface in this settings. Whenever I have a new application created, so Django allows us to have like segregated way of building applications. One single Django project can have like 10 or 20 applications in it, and each of them will have its own life cycle. So all those applications we can add it here, add in this installed apps. So for now, let's go and create a project application called Django admin. Create. I'll just do a help. So start app. Start project we have used, and start app is the next logical step for us. Start app home. What you get Yes, it created a home application here, home folder here, and all the configuration files here. So the important part in here is the admin models views. So models will specify what all database tables are we going to use. And views specifies what routes will be rendering in the into the UI. So to give you an example, before we even go into in depth into home application, we'll first start the Django server and see if this thing is working or not. So to start the Django server, we'll have to do Python manage.py run server. Open file. Okay, 1 second. I should actually go into my project. CD my project. Python manage.py run server. So there is a warning that says that you have pending migrations, unapplied migrations. We'll go into this migrations later. Right now, it has started the server, and let me go access this URL. If you see this, this is what we are accessing through 8000 port. This is the default homepage of Django. If you want to refer to Django documentation, you can go to this and go through this documentation and get all the functions and models, everything, all helper functions and everything. Yeah. So the server is now running. Let's go modify the code. Now I have home page, the home application. What we are now interested in is I want to add this application as part of the global settings. Whenever I want this any new app that I create to come under the project, I need to add it into the settings. So we have installed apps here, and we need to add that new applications that we create into this installed apps, so that we will have routes configured, and this also will be coming in the application overall. When we run the server, it will include these applications also into the server. So I've added the home application. Now let's go create a page or a view that we can render. So there are certain shortcuts. We will go in depth into how these things work. So basically, for us to display a page, we will have to add views here. Let me go add home view here. So views are all functions or classes. So I'm going to use functions for now. Later we will go into classes, how to use classes for displaying views. So I also need one more utility function from Django for rendering the pages. So I'm trying to build a home page here. So whenever I access /home path in the server, it should go into this home page view. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. So we need one utility function, HTTP response function. So here in home page view, I'm going to return HTTP response of hello world. So whenever I access the home page, it should give me hello world as a text response. So Before we can do this, we need to add this to the routes. So Django doesn't know that whenever home page is requested, it should go to home. How do I define that? Is through URLs. So inside the my project, there is something called URLs.py. This has the URL mappings here. So whenever I access admin URL, it's going to go into admin URLs. But I'm going to add one more URL here. Whenever I access slash or home, I'll just use home there. I want to display this view, this function. But how do I import this? I need to import this into this URLs. For that, I would need to do from home. Home is a package. If you see here, this is the home package. From folders or packages in Python. From home, import views. So this file I am trying to import into this file. So what I am going to do now, we have a function called home in here that should be called whenever I access the home URL. So for that, I will need to specify use.home. Now, when I access home in the browser, it should directly go to this function and it should give me hello world. Let's see that in practice. Let's go Python manage.py run server. I think there is no module named home. Okay. So let me go out one folder. Just a second. We should actually create this application inside my project folder. Let me go delete the home folder. Remove this also. Yeah. Again, create inside this folder. I've created project. I need to first go inside that project. And then here I can create an app on whatever I want. Django admin, start app. It's created a home application inside this project. So that's how it works. Now inside the home, I'm going to add a view. Before that, I need to add HTTP import, HTTP response, and create a view called home. This will accept a parameter called request. So we'll go in depth into how that request is used. I'll just return HTTP response. Hello world. Before we can do anything, we should verify that my project has this app added to the project. This app home is added now to the project. Now views inside the URLs, I will have to import that from home, import views, and for which path I want to access that, I need to specify home slash. When I access home URL, to render home function from here. I could put a comma here. Use. Now let me run the application. Manage run server. Now I will access the web application. If I go reload this page, it shows an error. So this is because we have added a specific route. If we don't have a route, by default, Django will redirect us to the home page that we have seen earlier. Now we have two routes added to the application. So one is home route and one is admin route. We'll go into admin route later. For now, we'll just try to access home route. So if I go to slash home, my hello world is response is coming. That's about how to add a simple view to the application. So next thing is how the Django works overall. Django has a model view template architecture, which means any application, any view that we create will have to go through views, models, and templates. There is something called templates that I'll go in depth into later, some in a few minutes. So whenever I want to access a UI, user interface, now I am returning the response as text here. So for me to actually render an HTML page, I need to have templates in it. So for creating templates, let me go create a new folder called templates. How to render templates, I will display. I'll show you now. If I want to access a template, I'll create a templates folder in this home application template, and then I will create one more folder called home. This is a convention in Django to have folder names same as app names. So if I want to show one welcome HTML on homepage visit, I can go create a welcome.html page. Django uses Django uses a specialized language called Django template language. Before we go into that, we can actually put any plain HTML here. It's one this welcome page from home app. And just use header as task manager or something. Header and body I'll use. Title, my project. I'll put it inside the body tag. So how do I render this welcome.html from this view? Instead of sending plain text, I want to use this welcome.html page. For that, I need to import this render. Render is a utility function for rendering the application templates. So instead of using this, I'll just return render of request. I need to pass request also as part of the render. And also I need to specify what template I want to use for rendering. So which is home/welcome.html. And it also accepts a set of parameters. For now, I'm just going to give empty dictionary to the parameters list. And let's run the server and see if this HTML gets displayed. I will change my screen. Let me go refresh this application. And this is coming from the template. If you go inspect this, my all HTML template is coming. Yes. For example, if I want to display some dynamic content from the HTML template, I can do it. How do I do that? Is so when I go here, this empty parameters, instead of empty parameters, I'll just use something like a a dictionary item called today. Today's date I want to display. So for that, I need to import a library called datetime from Python. Import datetime from datetime. Import datetime. I'll just use datetime dot today. It's a function. So I'm passing today as a parameter to this template. So inside this template, I can use this today parameter. How do I use that? Yes, this today is for me to use those templates, I need to use two brackets. Inside these two brackets, I can use those variables that I'm passing through this views parameters. So now the server is already running. Let me go refresh the page and see the date is coming. So this is how dynamically the parameters can be passed from the templates views to templates. Now for every URL that we are adding, we are actually editing the my project global project. So like home, we will have multiple applications. Those applications we can actually remove randomly and add randomly. So if for example, if you are distributing a software which has like 10 modules or 10 sub applications, we can have 10 applications like phone, notes, task manager, and all such applications in one single project. And if even if we remove home application, the entire project should not break. So, but we are creating a dependency here. There is a better way to handle this approach. If you are using home home application inside the my project global settings, that will be a problem with the dependency. If I delete home application, this will also get broken. For us to handle that gracefully, handling deletes of applications, we need to have a better way of handling this views. So right now what we will go do is we will move this URL patterns to this application itself. This application also can have a file called URLs. Just like global project we have, in my project we have URLs. Similarly, this also home application also can have URLs. So what we'll do is we'll move these URLs into this applications URLs and import this entire application URLs into this. So how do I do that? So I created a URLs file here, and same as URLs.py, I'll just use import Django URLs path also and put it over here. And similarly, URL patterns also I will need. So this one, I just need only this part. Even if I'm pasting here, I don't need this part. I need only this part. So views, I need to import from the current package. So how do I do it from the current package? From dot import views. So this actually means from the current folder, URLs also is in the current folder, home folder only. From the current folder, import views file, this file into these URLs. So now if I delete this setting should not affect, or this URL should not break. So for us to not use it directly, we have another way to include. So from Django URLs, import path, and there is one more function called include. So instead of using directly these paths, I've just moved these paths into URLs of home. I'm just going to use this URLs, this entire application inside the parent path. Inside URLs, here I can import all of these URLs at once with the include flag. Let me do that. So for the path, I'm going to use home, or I'll just use empty. So any, if not admin, any path will directly go to home views, home dot URLs. What this specifies is whenever somebody accesses a path that is not admin, that has anything, this means actually this any URL has to be mapped into home.urls for file. So home is here, URLs is here. If I access any path, home or whatever, if it is found in this path patterns, then it will go into that respective view. So now, even if we delete home application now, this will not break. So what this does is, if the application is found, it will include that. If not, it won't. So if we are directly importing home in this from home, if I do it like this, import views, that will be a closed dependency. So if I delete this package, this will break. Now this doesn't break. So similarly, now if I go and stop the server and restart it, so application did not change. Let me go refresh and see if anything is changed. If I go refresh, nothing is broken. Just the approach we have changed from tightly coupling the application to the project. We are decoupling application and the project. Now we no longer need this home application for this project to work. But if it is there, it will get added as a plug and play functionality. So similarly, let's go have one more application created. But before doing that, I want to show you this admin interface. So there is something called migrations in this. If you see the warnings here, we have 18 unapplied migrations. So for us to have access to some pages, authorized pages, we need to have user authentication. So Django has an inbuilt user authentication mechanism for admin. Let me demonstrate how that works. But before doing that, we will have to have migrations. So what are migrations? Basically, so for this application to work, there are certain uh, database tables that are required. So what Django provides is a easy to use ORM capabilities. ORM means object relational mapper. So as long as we know what objects we will be using, this models folder will have the objects, set of objects. As long as we know what objects we'll be using and what fields they will be having, we don't have to create database tables ourselves. This is a functionality of ORM. Once we define the objects, it will automatically create the tables and populate the data for us. We'll go in depth into how these migrations work. Once I demonstrate how these migrations work, then I can go in depth into it. So for this warning to go away, I need to do one thing. Python manage.py migrate. So right now, this application is configured to use a database called SQLite database. I will go in depth into SQLite in a little bit of time. For now, just let's go with migrations. So these migrations command did one thing. It has created the tables, admin, auth, content types, sessions. These are the different tables that we needed. These are database operations that had to be performed in order for this application to work. So why we did this migrations, and I'll explain you in a bit. For us to have authentication also in place, we will need one more thing called a user created in the database. What we did is we created a users table, an admin table and auth tables we have created. So we also need a user for doing the operations on this application to access an admin interface. Let's go before we migrate this. Let's go run the server and see what I mean by admin interface. If I go to my application, if I go instead of home, I'll just remove that, go to slash. There are two routes here, admin and home. Home we have seen, admin we have to see. I'll go to slash admin. Django comes by default with an admin interface. This is what the admin interface is. So, but admin interface requires us to log into the platform. By default, it won't create a user for us. For creating the user and saving it in the database, we had to run the migrations that we have run right now. So the migrations will run only create the database. It doesn't create a user for us. For us to log into this admin interface, we also need to create a user. For creating that user, I'm going to use Django admin command again. Python manage API, create super user. This is the admin user that I'm trying to create within the database. So this will create a user and gives me I'll use the username as admin and email as admin at admin.com. One second. Password also I'll use admin for now. I'll need to confirm the password. So there are some restrictions on the password length and visibility and such details. I'm just going to ignore that for now. In production, we will have to be careful on creating a password that is easy to guess. Bypass validation. I will bypass the validation. Now it has created a super user. So now I've created a username admin and password admin. So let me run the server and go to the admin interface. I'll refresh and I'll use admin as the username and admin as the password. I'll log in. As you can see here, there are two entities called users and groups. So this is by default will come from the Django application itself. Django project, whenever we initialize, this admin interface is by default will have this along with the Django installation. So we had one username. We can also add one more user. Second user, password based authentication enabled, password as something or some random password I'm using. Save. And it has saved the user. This the second user was added successfully. Let's go back home. And if I go to users, it will show two users here. So if you have more entities, all those entities will come here. So how to add those entities into the admin interface, we will see later. So this is actually a convenient way to have a direct interface for adding database entities. Without having to build a UI, we can actually make use of this admin interface. This is just a convenient way to add database tables. That's what it gives. If we have to have more advanced user interfaces, we will have to write it through templates. And this is by default comes with Django for us to do database operations without having to use database directly. So going forward, next we will see. Now we will create an authenticated application. Now we have so far all the pages that we have. This home page is a public page, right? So what if we want to have authenticated pages? Let me go to admin page and log out. I've just logged out now. I go to home page. Home page is not an authenticated page. Anybody can go to the home page. So we want to create a new page with authentication enabled. So let's go to that. One second. Let's go create a new view. Inside the views, I will have one more view called authorized. And I will just return render request. I'll use a template called authorized.html and I'll just pass an empty. But this authorized.html, I will need to create the templates. Just add one HTML. Restricted area. But still, I still need to add authentication mechanism before I can render this application. If I go to views, authorized, for us to have authentication, it's very simple to in Django. What I need to do is I need to import from Django of decorators import login required. I can use this login required as a decorator. Decorators I will explain in a bit. So if I add this login required, it will just ask us to log in before accessing this page. Let's see what this shows when I run the server. I will go to authorized, but I haven't added authorized path in the URLs. I need to add that also. Let me go to that. I go to URLs. I need to add one more line called authorized. Use authorized. So whenever I call this, it has to render view authorized. Let's refresh. So authorized is coming, but it says 404, not found, because we are not logged into the platform. So let's say if it is not authorized, let's say I want to redirect it to login page. So I can do it with one simple change here in the code. Instead of having this also accepts a field called login URL. Login URL is /admin. Now, if I use the same path whenever it is logged out, it will redirect me to admin page so that I can log in. Now let's go refresh this page. Give me 1 second. Accounts, sorry, not this, slash authorized. If I do go to authorized page, it's automatically redirecting me to this page. As a second user, I'm logging in, or I'll just use it as admin. Login. Then I will go to authorized. Now I've logged in. So authorized will show us the actual page. This is how easy to add the authentication mechanism to Django applications. So next thing would be like creating models and creating database tables ourselves. Seen how to create a Django application. We just installed a Django Python package in a virtual environment called my Here, my Django env we created, and then we did install the pip install Django. We did, and then we have added a start project with my project as the example. Then we created a application inside it called home. So whenever we add application, we will also need to add the application to the installed apps section here that we have seen. And we created a simple view called home view. If we go to views, we have created a home view and an authorized view. So this is for authorized users, which requires login. For login, we have actually created the super user through manage.py create super user command, and we have made a template here for welcome page and for authorized page, and we are using that template here. And we can pass parameters through this dictionary, and these values can be utilized in template with this syntax. And then we have seen model view template architecture, which is nothing but views will represent how the data will be displayed in the UI, and models will define how the database structure is populated. Then we have seen the admin interface. So if you go to /admin, you can log in with your super user credentials. And before that, we did migrate. So there is something called make migrations and migrate. Migrate actually does. So if we go to settings, these are the default apps that will be installed along with Django. Admin is an app. For admin app, we will have to do some migrations. This will have some set of objects and tables created in the database. For creating those tables, we need to do migrate Python manage.py migrate. So this command does create all the tables required for all the installed apps. So we will have our own tables for home, and we will have one more application created for storing some set of nodes. For that, we will create models also in this class. So apart from that, we have authorized views. This is how we specify the login URL. Now is the time to create model view control templates, model view templates. So there are other frameworks where model view controller architecture is present, and especially in Django, we have, instead of controllers, we have templates. So model view and templates. I'll go in depth into what's the difference between model view controller and what model view template in a later class. Right now, let's go with creating a new application. So this one, I'm using home application just for uh, pages that do not require any models. And I'm going to use a separate app for actually having models and adding to the database, all the entries in database. So for me to create a app inside this my project, I need to first go into my project folder and then Django admin start app notes. We create predefined set of files and then adds the directory inside my project. So it has created nodes. Similar to home project, we have views, models, admin. So first thing that we need to do as soon as we add the app is to let my project know that there is a new app called nodes. This will set the configuration in the project. The project now will be aware of the nodes application. So in simple terms, I want to store nodes, let's say some title, some kind of text. I want to store it in database. Maybe it can be a task manager applications for storing the tasks that I need to do. I'll just go simply add one class here. For storing objects in database, we have to define the models. Let's go define a model called nodes. So all the classes defined in models is going to be models class nodes. The way we have to implement it is through descending from models dot model object. So how the inheritance works, I will just explain in a bit. So according to Python syntax, if we are specifying a class here, this class will inherit from this class, which means all the functionality that by default is provided from this class will come into this class. So we will go in depth into classes, how to define classes later. So if you want to take a look at how to define classes, you can go through the online resources, Google search on how to define a class and basic details of Python. So if you need more in-depth knowledge, I will teach you once I get in depth into this code. So I've just defined a class called nodes that inherits from models.model. From this package, there is a class called model. So all the model functionality will be implemented in this. And we just need to import that and use it. So first thing I will need to define is what are the fields I need in that object, nodes object. I'll say title. So we have to define the type of the field also. The name of the field is title and type of the field I'm going to use character field. So there are predefined field types in Django we can use. Character field specifies it's a string of a specific length. So character field, it's like the database query varchar. So in database, there is data types called varchar, integer, boolean, all that. Similarly, to define in Django, we have a specific set of classes that define these data types. So this title is going to be a string. That means model start character field, and I have to specify the max length for this field. For any character field, we should specify what is the max length of the characters. So max length is 100. I'm defining. This means the title of this node cannot go beyond 100 characters. Let me give it as 200. Now the character field cannot go beyond 200 characters in length. After that, I want to have a text description of the node. I can define this as text field. And this does not need any maximum length. The text field can have any number of characters. I don't have to restrict the number of characters. And apart from this, I also want when was the node created and so on. Created field. I'm going to use model start date field, date time field I'll use. And there is one utility functionality for with datetime field. I can automatically fill this datetime without me requiring to add this field every time. Auto created. So now add equals true. If I use this argument, so whenever I save this model, it will automatically create a new date out of current timestamp. What's the current date and time? Based on that, it will automatically create this field. So I don't have to add it every time. So this way we are defining a table will have these three parameters. This nodes table will have these columns: title, text, and created. Now next we can tell Django to actually create these tables. Before doing that, we need to prepare the schema for this nodes table. So we don't have to do it manually. Django by default gives a functionality to create these SQL queries that are needed based on the database that we have configured. It will auto generate these SQL queries and gives us the output. Let's go see how to do that. So Python, start Python, make migrations. This command will actually generate the migrations. Migrations nothing but the SQL queries that need to be performed in order to create this table and columns in the database. It will generate the SQL files. So if we go see this migrations initial.py, so the database collections to creating the table, all those things will be done by this code. So there is a create model utility function that will allow to create database collection, database table, and all these fields along with it. So now I have a migrations file. I also need to perform apply these migrations into the database. So for doing the migration, I need to do manage.py migrate. It's like we saw for admin app. Similarly, for our app, as we defined a new model, first step is to generate the migrations through this, make migrations, and then migrate it. Make migrations will do create the script to actually write the SQL to the database. So migrate will actually execute the SQL and create the tables in the database. Let's execute this, and it's applied to migration. So now our database tables are ready for nodes collection. So let's say if I want to go to the admin interface and see what is there in the admin interface. I can just run manage.py, run server. I go to this link. To slash admin. Let's just do admin. If I see here, it's still not adding that nodes in this. I can't add nodes here yet. For me to add nodes also as part of this admin interface, I need to do a small tweak in the code. Let's go to that now. We have to go to nodes, admin.py. I need to add the admin functionality here. Let's just add class nodes admin.model admin. So admin has the default functionality to add this to the admin interface. I'm going to just extend that functionality. I'm just going to do nothing. Then I will register this nodes app to the admin interface. For that, I need to do admin.sites.register. I need to pass in the model name also. So for that, I need to import the model from dot import models dot nodes. And what is the admin interface going to be is what we are going to pass it here. So for this model, use this nodes admin interface. We haven't done any custom modifications to nodes admin. We are actually getting default model admin functionality from the default library from Django and using that. Let's go site.register. Let's go to this URL. Now back to the admin interface. Let's refresh. And we see that now. Nodes. Now I can go add these nodes in the admin interface. We are going to implement a separate UI for adding nodes, but before we can get to that level, we can actually have this interface. I can add nodes. So by default, it gives us the title and text. So what we defined in the model, title as 200 characters and text as a text area. This has given that. My first Django nodes. This is my first. Save it. And after saving, so this is the list view. If I go to users, username, email, all these fields are displaying. If I go to nodes, the nodes, it is giving only the object, meaning so I want to display the title of the nodes rather than this object. How do I do that? Is through modifying our class, admin class. So default functionality of this nodes admin or model admin is to display the object. So it doesn't specify which fields to display and all that. So for modifying that, I need to add one parameter here, list display equal to a tuple of what all fields I want to display. Title, just want to display title is a tuple, so I need to actually give a comma here. So if I'm declaring as a tuple should at least have two entities in it. So that's why I have to declare it this way. This actually means the first entity is title and next entity is none. So let's display accepts a tuple or an array. So let's say I will just do array. That will be more simpler. I can have this as an array. So what all fields you want to display will be specified in this array. Let's go to our admin interface and see what's the change. Refresh. Now it shows the title. Good so far. So there is one more functionality of Django. Now we are using the admin interface to add these nodes, right? We can also use a shell interface also. So how do I go into the Django shell is what we will see next. I'll go to my code. I'll close this, stop the server. Now I'm going to log into the shell of Django. So Python manage that shell. We'll enter the Django shell. Whatever environment we can use, whatever packages we can use in this code, we can actually use those in this terminal also. Let's go see how to create a new node from the shell itself. For that, I would need to import from nodes dot node nodes dot models import nodes. Then I will create a new node called my node equals nodes dot objects dot get. So this is what we are doing to get the existing node. So I'm actually getting the existing node. We have saved one node from the admin interface that I'm trying to retrieve through this command. So by default, nodes models will have a data object called objects that will allow us to query the database. So all operations we'll do on the nodes objects is through this object. So let's go get the object by ID 1. So there is something called primary key in databases. So primary key specifies what is the ID of that specific entity that we are storing. So primary key will be starting with automatic incrementing with starting with 1. So every time we add a new entry, it will increment the primary key of that and add that. So when we first added the nodes from the admin interface, it would have added the primary key as 1. So this means I'm trying to get the first entry in the data in the nodes table. So let's go get it. And let me print my node. It's an object. It's object. So let's go print my node dot title. This is the title. Let's go text. This is the text of that. So now I've got I'm able to read the first entry in the table. So what about getting all the entries in the table? So I can do it to nodes dot objects dot all. This will give all the entities that are stored in the database in this particular table, notes table. So this will give us a query set, which is an abstraction on top of the list items. And similarly, if I want to filter some um, entities which have specific set of fields, let's do that way also. That also. So notes dot objects. Instead of all, I'm going to use filter. I'm going to filter for the the nodes which have a word called my, or that starts with my test nodes. So I have given my first Django nodes as the title, right? Let me filter the ones that have my in the beginning. So filter. So what field I'm going to filter for is title, and what is the condition that I'm going to filter for is contains. So the condition and the field name will be separated by two underscores. So this is a default functionality of Django. We can refer to the documentation to find out what all uh, conditions are allowed in the filter. So for now, I'll just use title, the field name, and then I contains. I contains means this text contains, and I is ignore case. Ignore case sensitivity. So whether it is starting with small m or capital M, it doesn't matter. So it will always filter by that, ignoring the case, it will filter. So before I contains, I'll just go with starts with. Starts with is another filter that we can use. Let's use slash equals my. This specifies to the Django or ORM that filter all the time, all the nodes objects that have my as a starting word. So let's go execute this, and it gives me one. Let's go do something else. If there is something like you, but we don't have that list of items which have you as a starting word. So let's try to filter that and see. So query set is giving empty. So because we don't have any entities that are starting with you, we have one entity starting with my. Similarly, similarly, I will just use contains, title contains, or I contains means ignore case, contains Django in it. Enter. We have one node which has Django in it. So my first Django nodes, this is there. Let's go see if anything else. Test. If the title has the test in it, it will display. If not, it will give an empty array. You can see here, it's an empty one. And then we can have, apart from filter, we also have something called exclude. So for that exclude, let's go at nodes, objects, exclude. So this will exclude the items that satisfy the condition that I'm going to put here. Text I contains equals Django. It will filter out all the nodes which have Django as a text in it, in the title or in the text. I can use title also. Title has Django. It's returning empty. Exclude means don't get those entities. And let's go see text. So in our text, we don't have Django word. So this is my first nodes is the text. That is what it is excluding. Meaning, if it has Django, it will exclude that. If it's not having Django, it will include that in the response. This is how we do filter operations in database through our model. So we can also pipe our filters. Let's say, what if I want to do filter by one condition and exclude by another condition? For that, I can do nodes.objects dot filter title I contains Django, and then dot exclude text I contains Django. This will first filter for all the items that have Django in the title and exclude all the items that have Django in the text area, text field. Let's do that. And it gave me one. This is how you pipe filters and excludes. Now that we have seen how to operate this in the shell, we'll go back to our model and we'll add one functionality for adding the likes to the nodes. Just like for posts, we can okay. Just like we have likes for the posts in Instagram or YouTube. We want to add likes to the nodes also. Let's do that. So in model step UI, I'm just adding likes as a field. For this, I can either use model start integer field. Integer field will store numbers from large numbers. So there is one more smaller field called positive small integer field, which we won't need it right now. So I'm just going to use it as integer field. The integer field, this also accepts the default value for this fields. So for every video or for every nodes, I might want to initialize this likes as zero likes. So default value I can specify in this default equals 0. If I say this, even if I don't add anything to the likes, it will add 0 by default and save it in the DB whenever I save this nodes model. So for adding this likes to this model, whenever we edit the model's interface, we have to generate the migrations and do the migrations to do the update queries to the database. The database schema now has only title, text, and created because we have done the migrations already. Now I've added a new field called likes, so I need to generate the migrations and migrate to the apply the migrations again. So for that, let's go to manage.py, make migrations. See, this has generated a new migration at this location. Nodes, migrations, second migration. This was the initial migration. This is the second migration that only adds the likes. If we go to here, what this is doing is adding the field called link likes to the model nodes as an integer field and with the default as 0. So these things we don't need to worry about. Just for the understanding purpose, I'm showing. So now I've added likes and we have generated the migrations, and now it's time to apply the migrations. Manage.py migrate. This applies this migration and adds this column to the database table. So database is currently SQLite I'm using. So by default, it's SQLite. We can either use MySQL or MongoDB also. How to configure MongoDB and other things, I will show you in some time. Going forward, next I want to do a list interface for the nodes. So far I have been using the admin interface for manipulating this data, but I need a interface in my UI, so my custom user interface. For that, I will have to add the views. For adding the views, I will go to views and create a new view called list view, def list, which accepts request as a parameter. And I want to get all the nodes of this nodes dot objects dot all. So this nodes is not known to this file. So for that, I need to import the nodes. Import from dot totals import nodes. Now I have nodes, all the nodes I'm getting. Now I have to render a template. So I'm going to create a template later. Right now, I'll just return render request, the template name node slash nodes list .html. I'm going to pass in these parameter nodes as nodes, all nodes. So this template I haven't implemented yet. So for that, let's go to nodes, create a new folder called templates. Again, a folder called nodes. This is the convention. It should have same name as the app. Let's go add a file called nodes list.html. Let's go add a HTML text nodes. Here there is some tricky thing going on here. So as we are passing nodes here, I want to do a loop through the nodes and display all the nodes in each of the list items. I want to create an H1 item that says these are my nodes. I want to create a list item, unordered list, and then for each item, I want to add task one, nodes one, nodes two, and so on. So for doing this, I need to do a for loop. So in Python, if I go to Python, so there is a for loop. Let's say I have a nodes here, A, B, C, D. This is a list. I can actually iterate through this nodes with for node and nodes, print node. This is the Python way of doing it. So the same syntax, we can use it inside this template also. How do I use the syntax is like this. You open one bracket, put two percentage symbols, and do one thing here. For node and nodes. We don't have to add colon here because this is a different syntax. This one is Django template language. So we also need to, earlier in Python, we don't have to close this for loop. As long as the indentation is correctly aligned, it will automatically determine the for loop where it ends. But whereas here, I need to specify where the for loop ends. And for that, I need to define it like this, end for. This says that between this line and this line is what my Python code lives. So this one will iterate through all the nodes. Each item will have a node as the value. So I'm going to wrap this up inside this UL element. And each of the list items I'm going to put inside this item. See this. And instead of notes one, I'm going to use the title from notes. This variable will have the object. So for actually using the node, if I want to use a value, I need to use two brackets. If I want to execute Python code, I need to use it in this way. You have any doubts, Shruti?
సార్ యూఎల్ అంటే ఏంటి సార్?
Unordered list. It's a list item. So will go into like how the HTML works. You can actually go through W3 schools and just to brush up on the HTML skills. But I'll teach you HTML also. UL means unordered list. It's a list of items is what it means.
ఓకే సార్.
So inside the li, I'm going to use note dot title. So li means list item, ul means unordered list, h1 means heading one. Let's go. Before we run this, we need to actually add this path to URLs. Now we have defined the view, but Django application does not know that I have to use this view for some path. So I haven't defined the path yet. So just like we did for home, there is something called URLs here. So in this similar fashion, we need to add the URLs to Notes app also. So far, we haven't done that. Let's go add that paths in the Notes app. URLs.py from Django.urls import path URL patterns. I'm going to use path. So for that, I'm going to use notes. I'm going to use notes slash list. And I'm going to use the view from dot views from dot import views. There are two ways. So you can just import only the list function, or you can import the entire views into this. So views I'm importing entirely because I want to use multiple lines of. If I add more functions, I want to use that in the URLs. So I'll just use views dot list. So this is one way to use it. If not, I can just say views import list. I can just use it as directly like this. This is another way to use it. Let's do it the other way. Use dot list. And this accepts a parameter, or like I can give a name to this. Basically, what I'm trying to do here. Okay, for now this should be enough. Let's go add this to the global settings so that global project URLs, so that it knows that there is something called nodes URLs also. I go to my project URLs, just like we added this home URLs, we also want to add nodes URLs. So I'll just use nodes URLs. Let me start it. And it's not line from server. Put this. Now it shows three paths. One is home, one is authorized, one is nodes. I'll go to nodes now. Nodes is not found. Second, let me check this. Yeah, because it's nodes list, not nodes. Actually, I defined the path as nodes slash list, right? In the view, I have specified nodes slash list. Not much any of these. Admin, home, authorized nodes. Start logins. Okay, I have forgot to add the slash pattern here. Okay, let me correct that. So I'll show you what we did from. So in this code, I have used nodes slash list in the URLs. Whereas in project URLs, I've used nodes. So basically this appends to this URL. So whatever is specified here will be an append of the previous URL. So I need to remove nodes from here. I just need to use list there. And in projects, I can use nodes slash. Whichever path starts with nodes slash will go to nodes URLs. Inside the nodes URLs, it will search for what's the next item. Let's go check this out. Now it's coming. I'll refresh and show you. If you see this, now we have nodes path. Let's go to nodes and then we can see what are inside the nodes. There is something called list. I'll have to use nodes list. Now we can see the nodes coming here. So nodes list we have done. And now we want to show detail view also. When I click on this nodes, I want to see what this nodes is all about, all the text and everything. Let's do that now. I'll define one more view called details in the views, nodes views. Yeah, detail. It accepts one parameter request. And for getting a specific detail of a specific item, I need to also determine what is the value, the ID of that particular node. For that, I will need the primary key also. So I'm going to pass this primary key from the URL so that I can find that entry from the database and use it. So I need to find the node by the primary key pk nodes.objects dot get key equals to key, and I will render this template request and I'll use nodes slash nodes detail HTML. I'm going to pass node as node. So I need to define this nodes detail template also. Inside templates, I'll just create a new nodes detail.html, fill the details, nodes details. I'm going to use h1 for title, dot title. Use paragraph for text. Now I'll add the URL also for details. Same thing, just that we will change the detail. And here we actually need to specify the foreign key, primary key, sorry. If I go see here, which details do I want to display is required as we are accepting primary key from the view template, and we have to use pass this from the URL. So that URL, we will have to define it like this. What's the type of the key and what is the key PK? So what this specifies is when I access details slash some number, it will go to details view and then pass that number as PK here. So for that, I need to change the view to details. Here we can specify what is the parameter type and what's the value name of the parameter that we want to pass. I can show you in demonstration how this works. So let's go to this URL. This one you can see right now.
Yes, sir.
So if I go to 8000, there is something called nodes slash list. If I go to the list view, it will give all the list of all the tasks. If I go to the details slash one, it will give me the first note item. First note, what is the title and what's the text message. Yes. What if I go to, let's say 11? That thing does not exist, right? But let's see what happens if I access it now. It throws an error. Notes matching query does not exist. This is actually failing inside the code. So we need to handle this also as part of our code. So let's do that handle now. So if the entry does not exist, we should throw out an error called 404 not found. For that, I will have to use 404 from a library called URL HTTP library, Django HTTP library. Let's handle that now. Use import from Django.http, import HTTP 404. So we need to use this if the note is not found. What we will do is we will do a try and catch block. Try to get the nodes except this is standard uh, Python syntax. So I will get an exception called node start does not exist. If you see the error message in the browser, I'll show you. This actually says that does not exist. Exception type does not exist. This exception is what we are handling in our code. So let's go see render nodes does not exist. We are handling, and we need to raise an error called 404. Raise means it will raise an exception to the front end. That is HTTP 404. We can give the message as no doesn't exist. And if this exception did not happen, this line gets executed. Otherwise, it will break out of this statement. Let's go now and see how that reacts now. For to access something that does not exist, it should give me page not found. This is not throwing any exception, but it is raising the 404 page not found error. Next thing what we will do is we'll create class-based views. So right now we have seen how to define views within this views.py as functions. So there is for this, basically we will have to write the entire code ourselves. So there is a way to optimize this code in the long run. So there are some functionalities that we can share between views. For that, if we use class-based views, that will be more less burdensome, and with less code, we can achieve more. For that, let's have that implementation. So Django has a template called template view. From Django views generic, I'm going to import template view. So instead of using this list function, detail function, I can actually use template view for displaying these pages. It's simple as, okay, let's first go and implement this in home views, then we will start implementing in notes views. Let's go to home views. Let's import template view, and this home view I'm going to convert that into a class-based view. I'll just name it as home view. It will inherit from template view. I just need to pass one thing, template name equals the same name that we have here. And then we need to pass this extra parameters. There is a keyword called extra context. We'll use that for storing or passing this particular argument. As of now, this doesn't give any advantage as of now, but it gives in the future if we are extending the functionality home-based nested views. This class will be used as a parent class. All the functionality that we want to put as a common functionality, we will put in home view, and descendants will automatically get that functionality. For now, we don't need this home view as a function. I'm commenting out this. So I'll use home view class instead. So let's go to the URLs and home view. I'm going to use it as home view dot as view. That's all we need to do for changing the view. This is a function. You should call it as a function as view. Similarly, let's go to this page and see if anything changes. Because we converted into class-based view, we need to verify if things are working as expected. Slash home, it's given correctly, no change in the functionality. And I'm going to change authorized view also now to use the template. So this authorized view also, I'm going to define a class called authorized view. That will also take from template view, inherit from template view. Same thing, template name as home authorized. And for this login URL, I need to use login URL here. This is all standardized. If we see the template view documentation, these fields will be already there. So this is using existing functionality from Django. So these ones we can refer to the documentation and find out what fields to add where. So I can just comment out this part. Then same thing, I will go change it in the views URLs authorized dot as view. Now I'm going to go to this URL. I'm going to use authorized as the path. You're in restricted area. So this is correctly displaying. So let's go to admin and log out. If it is logged in, log out. Let's go see if that page is now coming or not. Authorized. Click coming. Basically, we need to redirect to the login page. So for us to get into that, we need additional functionality in the class-based views. There is something called mixins in class-based views. Let's go to views. As we have used login required, this functionality will be provided by a mixin called login required mixin. Let's import that from Django on so country.auth.mixin import login required mixin. So I need to import from login required mixin. I need to extend this class to inherit both from login required mixin as well as template view. This will get this login required mixin, use the login URL and redirect this if the token is not found. If the user is not authorized, it will redirect to this URL. This is the important part. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. Authorized as it is logged out, it's redirecting to admin login page. And just to login, and then now I'll go to authorized. Now it shows the page. So same thing we have achieved with the class-based views. We will see more in depth about class-based views, and we will convert all the nodes list items also as part of this. So we have converted home page into class-based views. Similarly, we can change the nodes views also as class-based views. We'll just quickly review what's happened so far, then we'll go next. So we had used a virtual environment. We have created a virtual environment in this directory. And for us to use that virtual environment, I'll have to do execute my Django scripts. If you open it, you will find it here. So this is what we need to execute in order to get into the virtual environment. And I have installed Django and other packages. Django is what we have used, and we are using SQLite database for this project. Yes, SQLite. Okay, so we had created the project with start project, Django admin. If you see the help, Django admin, Oh, sorry. We have used start project to start the project, my project, and it has created these files. Then I created start app. With that, I've created home application and notes application. So home application, we used it for pages like home view and authorized view. It's a sample HTML templates that we used. And notes application, we are using it for defining the models and storing the notes. So we will run the server with start run server. So for as soon as we add the app, we will add it to the settings to know to make the Django application know that there is a new app. Home and notes are added. Then we have model view template architecture. Models will have all the models that we define. This is the database table equivalent. Views will have the views, list view, detail view. To access these models, we use these views. And we have URLs to define the routes. And we have the admin interface. We have logged into admin interface and manipulated nodes also. And similarly, we have Django shell. So if I go inside my project, I can manage to define shell. I can use all these imports and create all the views, even create a model object and save it in the DB and read the models from the DB. So we have filters for filtering based on a certain conditions. Contains starts with something similar. And then we had created super user with Django admin. Create super user. Oh, sorry, Python manage.py. We have migrations for creating the migrations out of this model definitions. And then we have I think another thing called create super user, which is not stored here, but yeah, here. So create super user we can use to create a login. So we will end up going to sign up, sign in, login, log out functionality we will implement in our code itself. So as of now, we have been using the default admin interface for manipulating these objects. So we have defined some views here. We have converted. We had seen two types of views. One is function-based views, and one is class-based views. So class-based views give us the advantage of not repeating code. So we can inherit from previous defined classes and reuse that code instead of doing everything in the same function. We can define different levels of objects or classes, and we can inherit from those parent classes and use their functionality without repeating the code ourselves. Then we had seen the authorized views. That is a mix in function-based views, we call it as decorators, and in class-based views, we call it as mixins. So for login, we have used decorators, and for class-based views, we have used the mixin. Then we had added the admin interface for this list display. We are using title. That's all we had. Now we'll go through templates. We have last thing we did was we created two views, list view and detail view. The templates we used list for loop for listing all the nodes, and then detail view we have used like this. Right. We have defined class-based views also. Let's go to views, see if we have view. Now let's convert our nodes views also into class-based views. And in here we have used template view. There are some generic views that will help us implement list views and detail views without having to repeat a lot of code. So let's use those in our nodes views. There is something called list view in generics. So I will import list view here. And for list views, for listing the nodes, I can use this list view. So let's convert this list into a class-based view. I'll just define it as nodes list view that inherits from generic list view. So if I'm putting as path, it means like do nothing. It's just a placeholder. So in list-based views, we can define which is the model that we are trying to list. Model equals nodes model. So what it does is, based on the nodes definitions, what all columns has been defined, it will automatically figure out what columns to display. And let's see this template, nodes list view template. We are using nodes as the object that we want to iterate. So this nodes needs to be defined here. Context object name. So every time this view renders a template, it will pass a context object with this view uses, this template uses. The context object here is this. The name of the context object we need to define here. Context object nodes. What this by default does is it will query the nodes model and it does actually, this is what it does. So this entire thing, what list view generic view has is it will list all the model objects of this type, whatever we define as here as a model object. It will list all the objects and puts it under name nodes and pass it on to the template. So nodes list is the default view that it uses. As I've defined the list view as nodes list, it will automatically figure out this is the template. We can also specify the template also if we have the name as different from this definition of nodes list. We'll go into how to define the template name and stuff. We'll just comment out this and just go and change the URLs to use this nodes list view. Here, list view, we are doing it as this, but I need to use it as nodes list view, not as view. Let's run this server and see if things are working fine. Run server. Let's go to nodes list. And this is exactly working fine. Let's just name this different. Let's go see example list. Let's see if this works. have just changed the list view from nodes list view to nodes example list view. So if I name it as nodes list view, it will automatically determine if it is this template. I'm just changing the name of the template class so that we will break something. Let's go re-render the application. See if this works. It is working. Somehow it is working. Okay. If I want to custom name, a custom template, if I want to use, let's go change that code. Let's just say I want to use, I'll just duplicate this, just use custom list. And I want to use this template instead of this. Let's say I'll change this text to this is custom notes template. And let's go back to this URL. So I'll just change it to this. Now I will specify which template to use. So template name is the variable I need to use. Now instead of notes list, I'm going to use custom notes list.html. Now let's go refresh and see. We can see this. So if I want to change the template from default naming conventions, I can do that with explicitly specifying the name of the template in the class list-based views or class-based view. So if I don't use this, it will by default use notes list because this is a notes object and we are using inheriting from list view object. So these are the conventions in Django, but we can always override the conventions. And that is about list view as a class-based view. Then now we will also change the detail view. So there is something called detail view in the generics, Django views generics. I don't think we are using template view in this file anymore. So I just remove this import and I'll import detail view. So I'll define one more class called notes detail view that inherits from generic detail view. Just what we need to find out here is, and similar to what list view we did, similar to that, we will have to specify model as notes. So this is common for all the class-based views. Which model are we trying to manipulate? Which is the thing that we are retrieving from DB. And also we need context object name. Similar to this, we are using in this notes detail template, we are using the context object as note. Let's go change that context object. Note. Now this view automatically accepts one parameter called pk, so which we have used here in detail view. Instead of the class function based view, I'm going to use detail view. So by default, this also does search for nodes underscore detail.html, which is details.html. This is what we are going to use. So I'm changing the URL to use the class-based view instead of the function-based view. I'll just comment out this. So by default, the logic that we are handling here does not exist. 404 is by default handled by this detail view template. So we'll just verify that also now. Let's go refresh the page. We'll go to browser. Let's go to notes, details. Template does not exist on notes details. So it's actually searching for notes underscore DPL. So we can either change the template name or we can specify the explicit template URL. So we'll change the template name like this. We'll change this here to use notes slash notes detail details.html. We can either change this or we can. It's searching for notes underscore detail. We have used the clue, so I'm going to use this as a template. Let's go back to our browser. Refresh. Now it shows the details. So now let's go. We have a notes object with this details with this ID primary key. What if we don't have this? Let's say 12. If I access, it should not be there. It should throw a 404 error. Earlier we had implemented this in our code, but now we're going to use class-based views to get that by default. Let's go. Now it's throwing 404 not found error. So that's the advantage of using class-based views. By default, a lot of functionality is implemented within those generic views, and we don't have to repeat ourselves implementing those functionalities. So that's about class-based views. Now let's go see how to filter objects based on certain conditions. Until now, we have seen listing all objects and listing single object. And what if we have a filter that allows us to filter only specific nodes? Let's say some nodes have favorites, or like let's say um, there are some certain set of likes that it has, and only the popular nodes if I want to list, that requires a filtering logic in place. So for that, let's go implement a view called popular nodes list view. And this is also a list view. So I'm going to use list view, but the only difference here is going to be we will be filtering the nodes instead of getting all the nodes from the DB. We are only going to filter by certain conditions. The nodes has likes greater than 2 or greater than 1, then only we are going to list those nodes. For that, we still need to go define what's the model that we are going to use. Nodes is the model, and context object name is same. We're going to use the same nodes list template, just that the objects nodes now will have only the filtered objects. How do I filter the objects? So if I want to go get all the objects, I can just do it with query set. So for getting the specific set of nodes, I need to use this variable. So I can do nodes dot objects dot all. It means get all the objects. So now Now that I don't want all the objects, I need to use filter here. Filter. And filter for what? So there is a field called likes in models. Only the nodes which have likes greater than one I want to list. So default value is 0. Let's go change the filter to have likes underscore greater than or equal to. This is this, you can get this from the documentation, how to use these conditions, what conditions are available. We had already seen uh, contains, I contains, starts with, ends with something similar. We can get a list of all the supported filters in the Django documentation. For now, greater than, less than, less than, less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to. These are the ones that we widely use. So likes greater than or equal to 1 is what I'm going to filter by popular nodes. So for this, I need to add a URL also. Let's go see URLs. I'm going to add one more URL details, or I'll just say popular nodes list view as view to use. Now let's go filter by this view. I'm going to do popular. Okay, some mistake here. I need to actually use the list view, not the detail view in our URL. So you should not copy this view. Actually, you should use list view instead. Instead of list, I'm just going to use popular nodes list view. This is a list view. It doesn't accept any parameters. This is detail view. It accepts one parameter, which is the foreign key or primary key. So let's go back. Go to the browser. Let's go to nodes list. Gives all the list of all the tasks or nodes, and just going to use popular as the entry, but there are no nodes that have uh, likes greater than one. So for that, I'm going to manipulate something here. Let's go to the shell. So we'll open one more terminal, or I'll just use the current one. We'll close this. And Python manage.py shell. I'm going to get the first nodes and increment the likes by 1. So for getting the nodes, I need to go to model. I need to import Django.db import. Just one sec. Actually, we need to use this models, not DB models, from nodes.models import nodes. This is what we need. Let's go get the first node, my node start objects, get by primary key one. Let's list my node dot likes. Currently likes is 0. I'm going to update this likes to 1. Increment is not defined. My node, sorry. I just incremented this. I haven't saved it yet. My node dot likes, if I list, it is 1, but it's not saved to DB yet. So let's get to my node dot save. We will all again get the same node from the DB again, and now list my node dot likes. Now it is 1. So now let's go to the browser and see if this node is coming as a popular one in the view. So earlier we didn't have the likes as 1. So now if we had filtered and it was listing nothing. So now I'll refresh, but I need to start the server. Let me go to the server and run it. Python manage.py run server I'm using. Once it is done, then I'll refresh. Now I can see this because this node has likes greater than or equal to 1. So that's how we filter entities. Now we have our filter logic working. The popular queue also we have implemented. And it's time to serve some static files. Till now, we have been generating all the code and all the data from the templates and the backend server. So what if we have some set of CSS files or JavaScript files? How do I serve those JavaScript files or CSS files? So let's use static middleware. For that, we have to go into our project settings. If there is a static URL, we can see the static URL. So if it's not there, we can add it. So if we want to go through how to work with static files, you can also follow this link and learn about that. So here, what we are interested in doing is we want to specify which is the static directory that we want to use. So by default, it has a static directory, which is static. Whenever I access static in the URL, it is going to serve from the static files that we defined here. So we need to specify where those files will exist with a variable called static files there's. So this specifies a list of directories where we are going to store static files. Static files meaning it's not dynamically generated. It's all hard coded. It's files, plain old files. It can be either CSS, JavaScript, or image files also. So I'm going to use base directory as a starting point, and I'm going to define a directory called static. So this basic base directory is going to be the base directory of my project, my project's base directory. Now I'm going to create a new directory in the my project. This is the base directory, we can say. And I'm going to create a folder static. That's what I've specified here. I'm going to use a simple style sheet here. I'll create a style sheet, style.css, and I'll just say define not list as a class, and I'll define the color as red for this. I'm going to use this class in nodes list view. Oh, class. Here we can use the class. When we are using React, we should use class name, but in this templates we can use class itself. So I'm going to use class here, nodes list, and I'm going to include in the template, I'm going to include that CSS also. I'm going to have, so for me to load the static files in there, I'm going to use CSS ink type text slash CSS, and we need to define relationship as style sheet. This is plain old HTML. We can discuss about this HTML later. So href will have the actual URL of the static file. For this, I need to specify dynamically what's the static file. So if the Django is serving the static files from this directory, I need to have, it will automatically generate a URL for this. So for me to find that URL, I need to use some Django code like this. I need to use static and the URL for the style sheet. So which is style.css. Let's say I will just move this style.css into another folder called CSS. I'll move this style.css to this folder. In that case, I have to use CSS/style. So this same link I'm going to use even in nodes list view and even in nodes detail view. But we will aggregate this into one base template in a bit. So this is all repeating code, like this head, all this HTML, we are actually repeating in all the views. There is a better way to handle this and having it in one single layout file and then using only the specific view specific logic in the view templates and using the base template as a starting point. That we will look into in some time. So for me to use this static keyword, there is one thing I need to still do here. Before we start here, we should have one thing defined here. There is a function that we need to call here, load static. If I do load static, so it is, we are letting the Django template engine know that I'm using some static files in here and load those static files. So which static files to load is specified by this particular statement. So something like this has to be added everywhere. So we will aggregate this into one template and we'll use it. For demonstration, let's repeat the code. So now we'll run the server. I will present the browser. I go refresh. Let's see if the styles are getting applied. Now it's in red. If you inspect, the class nodes li is added and the styles is coming from style.css, which is color is red. And the color is red now. So this is how we include static files. So it can be any CSS or JavaScript, and even image files can be served from static middleware. So now we have loaded, I have repeated this code, HTML code in all the views. So there is a better way. We can have a base template defined And that will allow us to have not repeat the code. Let's go define that base template and use it everywhere. So in static, I'm going to use a templates directory. Let's go to the static folder. Inside this, I'm going to create a new folder called templates. This is kind of a layout. All this HTML overhead, we don't need to put it in all the templates. We can just define it as inside this. I'm going to create a file called base.html. This is the base HTML that I'm going to use everywhere. Something like load static, I'm going to use in this base HTML. And I'm going to define simple HTML here. This HTML repeats and same thing here. This I'm copying so that only I'll keep this part only in this template and use everything from the base template. So this link I'll just copy and use it here. And then I will define the body. So now is the tricky part. Here I'm going to define a block called content or view specific content. This name can be anything. I'm just giving it as a content, and I'm defining end of block here. End block. And I can put any dummy text here. Let's say this is going to get replaced by view specific template. Whatever is defined in these two block content, this content will get replaced by view specific content. How do I do that? Let's go to the custom views or nodes detail view or list view. So we are going to use this base template everywhere. This HTML, we don't have to write it every time. Let's go to the nodes list view, or we can just do this in here. Nodes detail view. What I need to do is, let's remove all these parts. This I don't need, only this part, and only this part is specific to this view. Rest of the template is all about going to come from base.html. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to define a statement extends base.html. So this template is going to be an extension of base.html, and what I'm going to extend is the block content. I've defined block content in base HTML. I'm going to do the same thing here in block. I'm going to put this content inside these two blocks. What we are doing here, we are defining base template and we are putting a placeholder in this content block. And this content is getting replaced by nodes list view, nodes detail view. We are extending this base template and we are replacing the content block with this content. Let's go see how that works. I'm going to go to nodes, details, one. Template does not exist, base.html. We haven't defined the static templates yet. So we have to specify one parameter in the static templates definition that I'm going to use now. We have let's go to node settings. In this, there is something called templates. So we have defined templates here. This templates configuration will search for which all templates it needs to, which all directories it needs to search for templates. we haven't defined the static templates folder here. So in this directories, by default, it will look for within the same application where we are accessing. It searches for templates slash notes. If I'm using Notes app, it'll search within this. So we have defined this static template outside of this app and inside of this static block. So that we need to specify. So here I'm going to specify the directory as base directory slash static and then templates. So if you do not find the files in these local folders, this statement specifies that you need to search in the base directory and static templates folder. The setting we are doing here. I can put a comma here. Let's go see that now. Go refresh. Now it's able to find, and that block, what we specified, is got replaced by this block inside the body. If I don't put this, let's just go to our code. Notes detail view. Similar to this, I'm going to do it for notes list view. Remove this extends based on HTML. Don't need this entirely from here to here, and this we don't need. Just for demonstration, I'm just going to comment out this portion. Let's go to the list view and see what it shows. We are just extending the base template and we are not doing any replacements here. Let's go to notes list. So this statement we have put in the template, base template, which is base.html. That it did not replace anything there because we are not extending. We extended, but we did not override the block. So just like we did here, we are extending here, and we had defined the block content, and here we haven't defined any. So for that to get replaced, I need to define it like this. Again, end of the block, end block. So this code has to go inside that block. Now, if I go to the browser and refresh, the real data comes. You can see here. List view is working. So this is how we don't repeat ourselves. We define a base template and we can extend any number of templates on top of it. There is a embedding functionality also. If there is one template that we need to use in multiple places, instead of extending, we can also include that in the code. We'll revisit that, how to do that in some time. So in the base.html, now I'm going to use some Bootstrap CSS. Bootstrap is a CSS framework which provides default functionality for styles. A framework, CSS framework it is. So I'm going to use Bootstrap now. So we can go to CDN. Let's go search in Google. Bootstrap CSS. Bootstrap CDN. This I can use. I'm going to include the statement in the base.html for Bootstrap CSS. So there is even JavaScript. I'm going to use Bootstrap JavaScript. This is a very useful library for getting the styles. So these two only we need. Let's go back to our code. I see here I have added the CSS, and then at the end of it I've added the Bootstrap. I'm going to remove the static style sheet. We don't need it anymore. Let's go define one small style in the content. In our list views, we will just define some classes. What the advantage of Bootstrap is, we can define classes and automatically the Bootstrap library will take care of the rest. In this, I'm going to use one division element. Let us say create a div here, and I'm going to define the class as margin y5. I'll teach you what Bootstrap classes and all when we are going through the UI tutorials. So I'm going to do one class called text center. These are all defining how the content should look like. Container. I'm going to use this inside here. And let's say I will add a button here. Check out the nodes. So to go into the detail view, I'll add a button here. For now, let's just check how this UI is looking now. Go to the list view. So these are the CSS changes we did. Because of that, we have got content. If it is container, you can see the automatic assignment of styles. It has changed a lot. Now let's go add a button to actually see this details of this particular nodes. Now we have been navigating through the links. Now I want to make it interactive. In this list view, if I click on this particular item, I need to be able to navigate into that particular node's details, node's title, and all that. For that, I'm going to create a button. Let's do that here. I'm going to create a button inside here. Href specifies what's the URL, but we will go into the URL next. But before that, let's define class as button, primary. These are all Bootstrap classes. I'll teach you what these are sometime. And go to this node. Okay. For me to use a URL, I need to know which URL I need to pass to. So this particular nodes will have a specific URL to the detail. If you go visit the URLs that we buy, So this detail view, when I click on this button, it has to go into this particular nodes detail view, specifying the node ID and all that. For that, I can have a name defined for this particular path. So let's go see this. I will define a name for this path for ease of use, and nodes dot detail. This one I'll use in the nodes detail. This name I'm going to use in the href portion of this nodes list. So here I can define one thing. I can put again the Django template language here, which specifies the URL for nodes.detail, and it also accepts one parameter, which is primary key, which is going to be node.id. Node will have 1, 2, 3 IDs, so that ID we are going to use as primary key, and this will go to whenever I click on this particular nodes, it will go to this particular detail view. Let's see if this works. Refresh. So this node, go to this node, it's going to that detail view. That's about how to navigate between pages. So let's go change some styles for this also, the detail view also. In this detail view, we have only this. I'll put this under a division. Class. Font. We put all this under one division. Let's see how this looks now. Okay, this is displaying a bordered entity. Actually, we need to also specify the center and container. Let's define a container class for this and see how this looks. If I define the container, this is having this. I'm just going to change one more parameter. I'll show you what I did next. Refresh. I've increased the margin y as 5. So what I did, I'll show you. So I've then added a container class to this, which adds a padding to the borders. And my5 means margin y direction is vertical and x direction is horizontal. Margin y means give a gap of 5 pixels top and bottom. So that's what I added. Border round. So border with the border, and round means it is the borders are rounded. Okay. The next thing is we'll create a new home view of this application. Let's go. We have seen how to extend the base template, and now we are going to see how to include an external another template inside one template. Let's go to the home view here. We have templates, welcome page. While we are here, let's go add a new button here that says hey, I'm going to send it to the notes list. As soon as I launch the application, I have to go to this page, notes list. I haven't defined this notes list yet. I need to name this list. I'll go to notes and go to URLs. I'm giving a name to this list view. URL name as notes list. I'm going to use this notes list inside the welcome page. When I click on this anchor element, which is a link, so I'm going to make it look like a button primary. These are all the styles. We'll define how to check out the notes. So this is going to go into this particular link. Let's go see the welcome page. But before that, I have to change one thing. Now, as soon as I launch the application, it's not going anywhere. So I want this to go to welcome page. So in the URLs, right now I have defined home as the home view. So by default, I want it to go to home view. So if I am specifying no other path, let's just remove this. And now what it does is, as soon as I go to this particular URL, it doesn't. It goes to the home view. Let's go and do that. Check that out. Let's go to the /8000 part. Home page is getting loaded. Check out the notes. And we go to the list view. And if I click on this, it goes to the detail view. Okay. That's about for today. We'll revisit that the next steps tomorrow. We'll even extend beyond just plain old CSS. We will also have React integration done into Django and build single page web applications also. So I will show you how to include one template in another template tomorrow, and then we'll go forward with that. And there is something called update views and create views. We haven't seen creation form builders in Django. We'll look into that also in tomorrow's class. And Django also has security features like CSRF tokens and stuff. We will visit that also tomorrow. So first thing we need to do when we go into this project is activate the virtual environment. We have my Django environment. So to go here, we need to go activate this activate.ps1. So for that, I need to do Django scripts activate. Yes. Now I've enabled the Django environment. So first thing we did was we used Django admin to create the project. Inside that, we have created home application with start app. We've added that in settings, home and notes. And we have created templates, models, and views. Initially, we had used function based views and we converted them into class based views. Class based views will be helpful when we are writing extensible code. Reusing functionality is very easy in when we use class based views. So a lot of code duplication can be avoided if we use class based views. And after that, we have seen, if we go to settings, we have seen added a static template, base template. So here I've added a base template and we're extending this base template in all of our views. For using static content, we need to use load static. And if we have static defined here, in our views, we have welcome. Let's just go to welcome template. Is there anywhere we have used static nodes list? Extend base.html. This is how we extend the base functionality. So if the base has this HTML template, this block we are overriding in a specific views here. And if we have used load static, we can actually use static in other views also. If we go to this view custom node, we are using a static style.css file. So if I have to use static files, I need to declare it as load static in the beginning. This allows Django to load static files into the templates. And this is one way to include or extend the base template. And there is another way to extend the base template also. So let's say if I have defined a welcome page, in my welcome page, I would want something like extra information, some kind of copyright information or something. I can put it in a separate HTML template and include that here wherever I want it. So let's see how to do that now. So inside the welcome.html, I want extra information. Okay, I want to add this list of advantages. Let's say I want to add some heading h2 highlight advantages of this application. Let's say simple. This template, I can use it anywhere, but I can extract this into a separate template and include that template in the welcome template. So let's see how to do that. Inside the home views, I'm going to add a new view called advantages.html, and I'm going to move this entire block into this block, this HTML. So I need to include this in here. To include that, I need to use a special statement called include. Include takes the path of the template file advantages.html. And if I do npm run, Python, need to go inside the project, Python manage.py run server. And we'll access this. We'll go to the browser. These advantages are getting listed here. This is how we include any Let's say I have some other copyright information. I want to include that also. Let's say home copyright.html. I'll create this copyright HTML here somewhere. I'll just do I'm adding a copyright information right now. So I've just included a copyright.html and added this copyright HTML here. And this is what it shows. Let's see if this gets displayed. Let's refresh. And this is coming. This is how we embed one template into another template. So if there is common code, we will choose it in one common template and include that template in every other page that we want to use. Let's say in our end-to-end applications, let's say there is a navigation bar or site navigation bar. So that navigation bar, we'll put it in one template and we'll use it in every other place, every page. So this is how we do reusable components. And there is better ways in React to do that. But this is how we do it with templates and model view template architecture. And next thing is we have done basic class-based views. There is CRUD operations in database, right? Similarly, get, post, put, and delete requests in REST APIs in order to call these CRUD operations in database. Something similar we are going to implement in our model template based views. Let's go to our code and let's create a view called nodes create view. So far we have done nodes templates. If we go to nodes views, this has nodes list view and this has detail view. We have read, only these two are read operations only. We haven't done any create operations. So create operations usually require, create or update operations usually require a form. So a form to fill, and then when the user submits the form, then it gets created, the entry gets created in the database. So let's use that for now. So Django generic views also allow us to have one more view called create view. We are going to inherit the view, this view, and implement our create view. I'll declare a class nodes create view that inherits from create view. Some same as above classes. Model I have to define as nodes. Which model object are we going to manipulate in this view is what this defines. Then we have to define a set of fields. So nodes, what fields we are going to allow editing or creating. So those fields need to be specified here. So it is an array of field names. So we have nodes model. If we go to the nodes model, we have title and text. We are going to allow title and text only for create views. Let's say title and text. So these two things need to be shown in a form. And once the once the nodes is successfully created, we need to redirect the user to a specific page. So for that, I need to specify success URL. That URL can be /nodes list. So as soon as the node is created, it will go back to the list view to list those all nodes. And this view, I need to add it into the URLs. Let's go add that in here. Uh, we already have nodes done in the URLs, the prefix that we have specified in the my project. If you go to nodes and slash new, this has to go into views dot create nodes create view dot as view. So when we are using class-based views, we need to convert the class into a format that is supported by this path function. So this one, I can give a name to this path. Say I'll just name it as nodes.me, or I can say nodes.create. New is enough for now. So next thing is see what this displays. Let's go to the UI browser and see if this displays anything. If not, we'll take corrective actions. Nodes. List view is already there, and new is what I am trying to access. So it is expecting a path with name nodes form.html. This template it is searching for. So we need to create this template and add the form there. So we will go to the code. Inside nodes, templates nodes, I'll create one more template called nodes form.html. And this place, we will add the form. So we will just extend the base template. Extends base.html. And inside the content, I'm going to use block content. I'm going to close the content and block. I'm going to add the form here. So let's go add a form. And we also need a button, submit button. Submit. Type submit. We will visit HTML later. Let's say I'll just use it as a submit text. And upon submitting this button, what has to happen has to be defined in the action attribute. So action attribute will have the URL to which the request has to go. So for that, I need to define the URL notes.name. If we see the URLs here, the name of the URL is notes.name for this specific view. And one more thing we need to specify here is the method. So by default, create methods will require post. In forms, we need to specify the action. Action specifies which URL the data that we fill in here will go into, and the method will be defined as post. It will do a post request to the URL that we specify here. Now, one more thing we need to do here is we need to show a form. Actually, the text and title and text fields we need to show. For showing that, we can just use form. It's as simple as this. And there is one more catch here. There is a security feature in Django. If we go see the UI and load this, we will know what problems it will come. If you go inspect here, We can see the title and text here. If we go to the network tab and say some notes, example notes, and submit, and it is showing a CSRF verification error. This is actually trying to send a post request, but it is failing because of forbidden error. This is a security feature in Django. We need So every form that we submit has to have a unique token. The Django server will send a unique token to the form. So that token has to be passed along with the form data in order for this request to succeed. So this is a security feature. So if there is a middleman who is attacking your payload when you are sending it, if somebody intercepts your request and tries to resubmit, those guys will not have the CSRF token, which is the unique token that is passed by the server to the dedicated client. So that time it will throw a forbidden error. So this is for security reasons. So every time we add a form to Django, we need to use this CSRF token inside the form. Let's copy this and let's go to the code. Inside here, we need to add CSRF token also. This form will display the text fields, all the information that we need for the model to get created. And this will populate the CSRF token. Let's go reload the page and see what happens. Depending on get request, if I inspect here, we can see this. There is a field called input hidden field. There is a title field, which is of length 200, and there is a hidden field, so which is not displayed here. This is the CSRF token that the server gave us. Along with the post information, this also has to go. CSRF middleware token. So if I go to the network tab and then submit something, some text here, text here. Then if I submit, we can see the new request. Post request has gone, and the payload, if we see, it has sent three things: title, text, as well as the CSRF middleware token. All these information has to be passed to the server. And now it has created and it is listing here. So this is how we do create requests. This is how we create new nodes. The next thing then we have to do is create views is done. Then we need to add validation to this code. Let's say if somebody inputs some random HTML into the text or some injection, SQL injection errors and SQL injection code. If somebody is trying to hack the system, we need to avoid that. And also we need to validate if somebody is submitting invalid data. So something like text is empty or title is empty. So we should avoid creating empty nodes. So that kind of validations we will add now to the code. Let's go here. And in the forms, we will create a new form instead of having this thing. We will create a new form. So for validating these fields, let's go create a new form.py. So forms.py. All the forms with validations we are going to add. So right now we have done everything in the uh, template itself, but we are going to use a specific customized form that is written in Python in this form.html. Let me go import Django. This is a custom form that we are building using the validation functionality of Django. Import from sorry from Django. Import forms. I'm going to create a new. Okay, I'll import model also. Import nodes. I'm going to create a class called nodes form that inherits from forms dot model form. Now I'm going to declare a meta function, meta class here. This has overriding properties for the model form. So this is all standard template. So once we uh, learn this, then we can dig into Django's code, how this is implemented. So model form reads the meta class. Inside the meta class, we can override certain fields. So I'm declaring model as nodes here and fields, something similar to the way we declared here in the views, nodes create view. Something similar we are going to use in the meta class of forms. So basically what when we don't use nodes form or overriding forms, what Django is doing is from this nodes create view itself, it's finding this and preparing this form element on its own. So now we are trying to add validation on top of existing form. So we are trying to override the form generation logic by Django itself. So in the fields, I want to display title and text. This is similar to what we have here in the views. And now we have this. Let's go to the views. So instead of using default form, we are going to override that in the create view. I'm going to use form class as this forms.py nodes form. Nodes form. So this is not imported yet. So let's import that. From dot forms import nodes form. So we are explicitly mentioning to the Django framework that we want to use this form to generate forms. Don't use the default form generator, use this form generator. And if we go here, we have overridden some fields. And this does exactly what we have seen earlier. So now the real part of validation comes. After declaring this meta, we have to declare a function for validating the forms. So by default, any field that we specify here, after submission, it will come to a function called clean underscore and whatever field name it has. So if I declare clean title as a function, this comes to this function. For validation, this function gets called every time we submit some form. The field value, and before that, the prefix should be clean underscore and whatever field name we are trying to submit. So let's filter this. Let's define a title and self dot cleaned data of title. Clean data will have, after submission, clean data will have all the data that we submitted in the form. And in that, This is a dictionary. Clean data is a dictionary. In that, we need to use title element. If it is there, if it's not there, then we should not allow them to create the notes. Let's say I will add a validation to verify if Django text is there in the title or not. If Django not in title, let's say I will throw an error. So if all the text that we add should have a title having Django word in it. Is validation error. We only accept notes about Django. And this validation error has to be imported from forms. Let me search for the package where it is found. I can go to the documentation. Let's go Django validate error. I'm going to import that here. So Django core exceptions. We can't remember all the package paths. That's why we can refer to the documentation. So if Django text is not there, I'm going to throw this error. If not, if everything is fine, if it is there in the title, we'll just return the title. Return title. So this is a validation function that gets called for every single field that we specify here. So if we have title defined, it will call clean underscore title. If we have text, similarly, it will call clean underscore text. So similar to title, we can add one more validation function for clean text. So now I'm not going to validate anything here. I'll just use text as self.clean data of text. I'm not doing any validation here. It's return. If we don't override this, by default, it's not needed. If we have it, it will get called. So let's run this server. Go to UI and let's go create a new nodes. Home class is not permitted. I think we have to declare it inside the meta class. Let's go back and check that out. Here, nodes form class, we have to declare in views. Form class, we have declared. Nodes form did we import? We did. Forms.py. Let's figure out what's happening here. Is this correct view? We are using nodes create view. Form class, nodes form. Okay, yeah. So if we see the error, let's go to the UI. We have done one small mistake here. This error actually says specifying both fields and form class is not permitted. So what we did in our code previously we hadn't overridden the form class. We had already declared this model and fields. So these two are not required when we are specifying form class. So because we already declared this model and fields and nodes form in meta, we should not give it here. That is what the error is saying. Specifying both fields and form class is not allowed. Let's comment out these two lines and then let's go back to the UI. Refresh. The template names, the template name. We need to specify template name also in the view. Mm, I'll use my code. I'll just present my code. We need to add template also here. From class be specified and template name also be specified. Template slash. So when we go to nodes form, if you see this form here, this form element is going to be populated from the nodes form. And we are specifying in the view the template name also. Let's go to the UI. Now it's working. So let's validate if this submission works without Django text in it. Dummy text. Dummy text. Let's go. Yeah, submit. And it shows that we only accept notes about Django. So if we go to this, response is still 200, but the error is showing us we only accept notes about Django. We still have to add one more validation to throw 500 or some other error codes to the UI, but it did not succeed. So it is throwing this error. So let's go display this error in the proper place. Similarly, if I don't use dummy, let's say I will add Django in it and submit, we'll see if this works. It worked. This got created and redirected to the list view. So now the error we were getting was on the first line. Let's go create a new entry, sample note. So the errors are displaying here. We want this error to be displayed in the corresponding title element. We'll move that code here. We'll do some kind of CSS manipulations, and then we'll move the error according to which field is having the problem. So if I go to the code, let me go create a new style.css. If I go to static files, CSS style.css, we'll just add one thing called error list. If I inspect the errors in the UI, let's go to the UI. If I inspect this element and see what's the element class name is, if we can see that this is a unordered list which with a class called error list. So this error class is what I'm going to use to not display this error. I'm going to move this error to this corresponding element. Instead of showing all the errors on top, I'm going to show it against this particular field. Let's go to the code and add the class dot error list display as none. Display none means don't show it in the UI in the browser. So I'm going to display it in a separate place in the notes form itself. If I go here, if there is an error, we can put that. So after this, I'm going to do okay. Here, I'm going to access the error list. If form dot errors, this is how we access the errors if there is any. And if so, all the errors will have a corresponding element name within it. So let's go form dot errors dot. This will have, if there is a title in it, title error, title validation error will come under title object. Text validation error will come under text object. If I go to the views model, this model has text and title. So errors that the validation errors that corresponds to title will come under title. If I go to notes form, it will come under title. So that error I'm going to display here as text. This is a function we can access for getting the errors of title field. Some similar to title, if we have an error for text, we can use it with text. Okay. Now let's show that on the UI. So now it's going to show it at the bottom rather than at the top. Let's go submit. Okay, let's refresh this page. Sample note. It shows this also. So we haven't included the style sheet here. CSS I haven't included. That's why it's still showing up. Even though I've added the hide functionality, display none functionality, it's not showing up. Let's go add that code. So we have this style.css. We need to include this style.css. I'm commenting out this old code. This error, I need to show it. If I go to the layout base.html, I need to include that style sheet also. So let's go include stuff. Here I'm going to use the syntax URL. Where is the style.css? The path of it is in static style.css. I'm going to use a static css dash style.css. Relationship is style sheet. Type text.css. Then this should be enough. Let's refresh. We'll go to the browser to access this page. If we see the head section, we now have the style sheet also applied. Let's submit a sample note. Submit. We only see at the bottom. So that's about validating the form elements. And how about displaying customized form elements? This is by default decided by the Django framework to display this text area and this text item. If I want to customize this and add some styles into it, we don't have a control here in the UI because this form is getting generated by the Django itself. So we can override that functionality in Django code, Python itself. Let's do that now. I go to the meta class and where we declared the nodes form. Inside the meta class, we have the ability to change the style of this text fields or text areas. For that, we have to use widgets. Widgets is a field that we need to give in order to override the uh, text fields or text areas or any type of form fields can be overridden with widgets. So if I specify widgets, I need to pass in what all fields I want to override. So title field I want to override with the text field that I'm going to use from forms dot text input. Text input is a limited length text field. So text area is another type of form element which has bigger width and height. And there is no limit to the number of characters you can add. So for this, I want to add attributes. Some classes I will put some bootstrap classes I will add. So I will add it as form control and by margin y direction y5. So this is all bootstrap classes. I will go into bootstrap when we are talking about UI implementation. So I will override text field also to use forms dot text area. Text area is I will use attributes. This actually should be a dictionary. So attributes class as a dictionary. I should use class. Same thing. Form control. Margin y 5. So in the vertical direction, give spacing of 5 pixels is what this means. And for the text of the title, I want to show instead of title, I want to give an override for the text label also. So let's go labels. For labels, I can specify which field I want to rename. So if I go here, let's see, uh, instead of text as the label, I want to display something like a descriptive text of what you need to specify. Write your thoughts here. So for title, we will get still title. For text field, we will get the uh, label as this. Okay. Anything missing here? So object is not subscriptable. Let's close, stop the server and refresh, restart. Text area. That's not the text area. Which one text area? I think we can something wrong here. Text area is the one we should use. Okay, now it works. Text area we should use. Small a. Okay, let's go to the browser. Let's refresh this page. Now it's CSS classes have been applied, bootstrap classes, and this is now looking better. If we see here, it has the classes, maximum 200. This is good, looking good. Getting the error. And if we change the text to Django, submit, it's good. And if we see, go see the notes new, the label for this has been changed from text to write your thoughts here. But title, it's still title because we haven't overridden this property of the label. This property is label. So that's good. The next thing could be update view. So now we have done create view. We need to see how to update an existing nodes element. Let's go over what happened in the previous classes, and then we will continue from where we left. So initially we created the project. Before activating the project, we had created a virtual environment with my Django as the name. So this virtual environment can be activated with activate.ps1. Let's go activate that. My Django project. Env scripts activate.ps1. So now I have this enabled. So I've installed Django and used Django admin to create this project and add new applications. This project I've created, and we have created an app called Home and one more app called Notes. And we have created models, templates. We have welcome template and authorized template, which is accessible only for the logged in user. For simulating the login, we have used Django admin itself, admin interface. And we have converted from class-based views, the function-based views into class-based views. So in function-based views, we use decorators like this. And in class-based views, we use mixins that are there by default from Django. And then we have gone to Notes application, and we have created a list view and detail view with the class-based templates, generic templates. And then we have created a popular notes view also. Whenever we add a new view, we also add that path and the URLs like this. And when I'm using class-based views, I will have to use as view function to convert that into the format that this function accepts. If it is a function-based view, you can just use the function name directly, views dot whatever function name that you want to render. So in the templates, we have seen notes list view and detail view. And we have created a welcome view here. Yeah. The next thing is to add static style sheets to our HTML. Let's go do that. So right now we haven't included any CSS in these pages. So we need to add CSS. For that, let's go to templates. So I want to add a new CSS file and include this here. So within the project, I'll go create a templates directory, static directory. Inside that, I will create a CSS directory and I'll create a new file called style.css. And this file, I'm going to just give a sample CSS rule, color red I will use. So this static file I need to include in this template, or it's in the nodes list view. Probably we'll try to use it in the nodes application instead of the welcome application. So in this template nodes list view, I want to display this node as red. The style sheet I need to include in this. For doing that, let's do the modifications to some of the settings. So whenever I want to include a static file, so I need to first configure Django to look for where it should look for the static files. For that I need to go to settings, and if you search for static, there is something called static URL. So whenever I access static endpoint, it serves data or files from the static endpoint. So if you go to this URL, you can find about how to configure static files and serving static files from the Django project. So here we need to specify so which uh, directory this static files need to be served. For that, I need to configure one environment called static files. There's static files directories. So Django, if this is there, it will look for this locations in this array. So for this, I'm going to use base directory. Base directory specifies the base directory of the project, which is my example project. And on that, I have static. So in this directory, all static files I'm going to store. So even this has style sheets or under static directory. So this is all we need to configure for Django to find these static files. Next thing, we need to go into the template where we want the styles.css included. Let's go here and create a static import. So for us to load static files, we need to also declare something on top of the template. So this one should be load static. This notifies Django that this particular template uses static files in it. So to parse for static files and get those static files included in this template, we need to declare load static here. So here I'm going to use the link for the static file, relation style sheet, and source needs to be, sorry, href, needs to be the static file location. How do I know the static file location is like this? Static, and we should specify the path of the file, CSS, style.css. So we have configured in the settings till this path, static path. So CSS and style.css has to be mentioned here. So this automatically defines the static URL. When we load, it will dynamic URL, it will generate and include it in here. This is how we use static files inside a template. So in this place, I'm going to add a new class called nodes li. This one will become red because I've defined the color as red. So let's go to my project Python manage.py run server. Let's go to this URL. Send to application. Now I'll go to nodes. Just now it's showing as red. If you inspect and see the HTML, we can see the head has static CSS styles.css. Okay. Next thing we are going to look at is extending this template so that we can reuse code. Say now every template has this HTML head, all this details in it. So what if I want to extract all this into one single file and only specify this particular portion, which is going to change for every single view. So all the common functionality I'm going to put into one simple base HTML file under static directory. So let's go to static. I'll create a new folder called templates. Folder templates. And I'm going to create a new file called base.html. This notes list, I'm going to use this entire portion from here to here. Copy that. And from here to here. Copy that and add it here. In this portion, I'm going to declare a block called block content. This block will specify the override mechanism. So this content will get replaced by the view specific code. So this base template, I'm going to use it inside this nodes list view and node details view, all that. So in order to extend this, we need to use a keyword called extends in the nodes list view. I'm going to declare it as extends base.html. And after that, I'm going to declare the block content. And I'm going to put this code inside this block, and block. So what I specified here, this block content, this content name is just a name. You can use anything here. You can say like my content or something else. Whatever name we give here has to be used when we are replacing that code block here. So if I'm declaring this block as content, here this gets replaced. This code will get replaced by this particular code. So now let's go to, so before we go to the UI, we need to configure one thing. So we have specified base.html, but we haven't specified the Django server where to find the base templates. So this usually, it will fail if we do it now. If we access the UI, this base.html will not be found because Django doesn't know where to find this base.html. So for that, there is one configuration setting we need to do. Settings.py, and inside the templates, there is something called templates. Here we can specify what all directories to look for templates. So I'm going to use the base directory /static/templates as the as one of the directories to look for base templates. So now let's go start the server and access this nodes list view. If I go to this browser, let's go to the browser. If I refresh, it does the same thing, except that the code now is using extended template. So now we will just change the detail view also to use the base template. Let's go copy this extends base.html. I will just write it one more time. Go to node details view. I'll just replace this particular block. This one also. Want to declare extends base.html. I'm going to define the block here. Block content. And after this text, I'm going to use any block. And now let's go back to the details view and see things. Details. And this is getting displayed the same thing. If you see the head, the static file is already there because we use the base template. And the static file has been included in the base template. We'll go back to the code. So here we are replacing the specific block with the block content. So now I will add some CSS library to this, which is called Bootstrap CSS. If I go to the browser and check for Bootstrap, include URL, I'll just go to the browser and search for Bootstrap. Bootstrap, include YCDM. So you can have this link included in the code. I'm going to copy this entire content and go back to my code. Here in the base template, I'm going to use that HTML. So this link I'm going to use to copy this link. I'll use it after style.css like this. This is for including Bootstrap CSS, and this is for Bootstrap JavaScript. We don't need these things anymore. And inside the body, at the end of the block, I'm going to include the script. So this is JavaScript. So default functionalities and CSS roles come along with Bootstrap. So those things we can use just by declaring the classes. We can use the Bootstrap functionality. So let's add some sample Bootstrap code here. If I go to my base, this is my base template. And if I go to nodes list, let's go add one text here. For this, I will add a division element. I'm going to wrap this up in the div element. And div element, I'm going to give a class name, which contains margin y 5 pixels, y direction, give 5 pixels as margin, and text center, which will center the text, and container. We'll add order to the container. And this is all Bootstrap classes. We'll go in depth into Bootstrap, how to use these library, and when we are discussing about the UI implementation. Let's go to the browser and check how this looks now. Notes. So before this list view, let's go here, and the text is now centered. And we are good. Let's go back to the base. I just want to do small modification to URLs here. This URL, I'm putting it as list. Let's say if you see the base URLs, if I access nodes, by default, it makes sense to go to the list view. Or we can say in the home view, in the home URLs, we can, just like we did here, we can use the same kind of logic in the nodes URLs to directly go to the list view if there is nothing specified. We'll leave it for now. We'll change that some other time. Let's go add some button in the welcome page. In our welcome page, let's go to this place and add something here. So I can actually use the base template itself even here. Let's go to that now. Extends base.html, but only this entire thing. Block content. Replace this with and block. And here I will add a button, a link to the URL. If you go to this URLs.py, we can also give some names to these URLs. Now we have path list, right? We can actually give a name to this path at the end. So name equals nodes.list. So I'm going to name all these paths, and this will be useful when we are using the names instead of paths. I'm going to name this as nodes.popular, this as nodes.detail. So this nodes.list view is what I want this link to have. So inside the href, I'm going to use URL as nodes.list. This will populate the link dynamically based on our chosen name of the link. So it get populated. So inside the class, I will just use button and button primary. These are all Bootstrap classes. So check out some notes. This is actually going to create a button, a link that looks like a button. Let's go see that in action. If I go to home page, there is a button now that goes to nodes list view. Good. Now we have the names defined and we have styles defined. And similarly, when I click on this particular link, I would want this to go into the detail view of the page of this particular element or nodes. So for that, I will go to nodes detail view, nodes list view, and then change the links there. Let's go there. Nodes list. So when I'm rendering this, I will make this list item as a link instead of just a plain text item. I'm going to use some bootstrap CSS to make this look better. So this one I'll just use as class margin y 5 pixels, y direction give 5 pixels gap, and this one I'm going to convert into a division element instead of an ordered list. I'll use division and class something like a row. I'm going to display all these items as columns, all these list items nodes as columns inside one row. So let's do that. So columns 3, so it will wrap around. If there is more than 3 elements, it will wrap. So row calls 3 means in one row display 3 of the node items. Let's iterate through each of these items. Then we'll create a division element again here to display it as a box instead of a list item. I'll use class as call, which means column, and if one more division, and then inside that I'm going to put it as a link here. This entire thing will become a link. So this link will point to should be pointing to the detail view URL. So in the detail view, if we go to the URLs, the detail view has been given the name nodes.detail. Let's go to the nodes list. URL I'm going to use nodes.detail, and this also requires one more parameter called pk. pk should be node.id. So this node.id. So we'll just give some, specify the text also. We'll display the text also here. So node.text. Close here. So this one we don't need anymore. We'll give some classes to this for styling purpose. So I'll use text dark, text decoration none, so that we don't need an underline. If it is a link, by default it underlines the text. Decoration, if I declare as decoration none, it won't decorate it. And here we'll need to do some border. Probably we'll give a padding of 3. We will display a border around this area. We'll look into this, how this looks. Let's go to the UI. Let's refresh. Now it's showing this 2 item that's showing. This is the details. This is the description, which is text, and this is the title. Something is missing here. We should use it inside a proper division. We should use this text also here. As this is coming out of the box, we should put it inside the box. I'll show you what I did. So what I did is just moved this statement. It was earlier on out of this place. It was here. Just moved it from here to inside here. Let's go back and see the UI. Refresh. It's all coming in one single box. We can do some more optimizations here. Division, we have column, and inside that we have one division which has border, then a. Let's leave it at that. I think we can put it under a P, paragraph element, and let's see the UI. All right, let's look at that. So next thing we will do is we'll do the same thing with the detail view also. We have this list view, and we will go with changing the detail view also to have some styling. Let's go to details view, notes details. I will add some CSS rules here. I'll put this entire thing under a division, put it entirely under one division. This division, I'm going to use a class with border. I'll use rounded borders. H1, I'll use some padding or margin, and Y5, which gives a vertical padding of 5 pixels, margin of 5 pixels. And that's it. Just go back to the UI detail view and see if the links are working fine. So now this is a list view, refresh, and this acts as a link. When I go click on this link, it goes to the detail view. It shows the detail view. Now we don't have a back button. We can implement that as well. And for now, that's enough. We'll just go back to the code and see some more optimizations in the templates. So now we have extended base template, and what if we have a common functionality that is not part of the all the pages, but part of specific set of pages. So for that, we need to include one template into another template. So let's go create a partial template here in the welcome page. Let's say I want to display a list of advantages of my uh, application. I will add a division here. H1 advantages of my app. I'll just list the advantages. Mhm. Uh, This particular block I will extract into a separate template. Just use it as advantages.html and put it all over here and use this template in here instead of this entire block. For doing that, I need to use one special statement, include, and the template name we should give notes slash welcome. Oh, sorry, it should be home slash welcome.html because it's in the home application. Sorry, it should be advantages. Sorry, not welcome, advantages. We have used the advantages template. Inside welcome template, we are using advantages template. Let's go see this in action. Let's go to the home page, and we don't have a slash path that exists. Home advantages.html does not exist. Where did we do from? Okay, I missed a spelling. It should be singular. It is singular. I've used advantages.html here, whereas my template name is advantage.html. I'll just rename this to advantages, and let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Here we go. So advantages of my app I'm listing, and when I click on check some nodes, it goes to the list view. If I click on one particular node, it goes to the detail view. So we have built a simple application. Yes. Next thing is to be able to create this. Right now we are only listing existing objects, and we don't have any way to create these nodes objects in the database. Apart from using Django shell, we haven't done any forms or anything. So now we will build a UI and templates for creating these forms, creating these nodes. So for that, we would have to use views. So inside the views, we will have to use a create view. So Django generics has a template called create view. We'll extract this, we'll extend from this create view for that, creating new nodes, class nodes create view. That extends from create view. And here we need to declare the model, which is the model that we are going to create. And what else? Fields also we need to specify. So fields should be, the nodes object has so many fields. If we go here, title, text, created, likes, we will only allow users to give title and text, and rest of it will be implemented in a separate view. So title and text I'm going to allow in the views. Fields should be title and text. And let's use this view in the URLs. Define a create URL called path new. Whenever I go to node/new, it's going to show this view as view. And I'm going to give the name to it as nodes.new. This one I haven't imported. Views.nodes detail view create view as view. It's not showing up here. Views nodes create view. Let's go to views nodes create view. What's wrong with this? If I go to URLs, I think I missed a comma here. Come. Here we go. So now we have a create view, but we are lacking a template called nodes form. So let's go try to access it and see in action what we are missing. So if I go to nodes/new, the view that we just now created will render, and it's expecting a template called nodes form.html. So let's go create that nodes form.html. In the nodes templates, I'm going to create a view template called nodes form.html. And here I'm going to use a pre-built functionality of Node.js. So before that, I'll just need to extend the template I have, extend the base.html to include all the HTML head and styles, everything. And I'm going to override the block content and this to end block also. Within these two statements, I will create a form and I'll just use something called form. Let's see how this works. Let's go to the UI. Now I have a form. Let's refresh. If it register and notice extends. Okay, I think I did a spell error. Let's go back to the code. Extends is what I should use here. Good. Let's go back to the browser and reload this page. Okay, now we have title and text declared, and it's by default generated by the Django framework if I include the form element inside the this block. If I use just the form, it will automatically populate this form. So based on the fields that we gave in title and text here, same two fields are generated. So based on the type of this field, it automatically figures out what type of input field should be shown in the web browser. So there is still something we should still do. So upon submitting this form, what I should do also has to be specified. And let's add a submit button also before doing specifying the action. I'll just add a button, type as submit, and I'll just do submit here. I'll add some styling here, class, button primary, margin by 5. So here, submit action, whenever I submit the button, submit the form, it has to happen. It has to send a post request to the backend. So what's the action required? We should specify it here. So which URL I have to pass in is specified here. It should be the name of the notes.me. So this particular URL, I need to do a post request. This notes.new is the name. I'm going to use this in the form. Notes.new. And I need to also specify which method I should use to submit, which is the post method. We have seen in the REST APIs that there are different type of requests: post, get post, put, delete, all this. So we have to use post method here. And this is first step. So we'll go see the UI and submit a new form and see what happens. Let's refresh. We have a submit button, but let's go to network tab and clear everything. And I'm going to add some simple note as simple. Here. This is the text of simple note. Let's submit and see what happens. And it is showing as forbidden error. So it's erroring out. So there is post we did, and it is showing the 403 forbidden error. So if you read through this, there is a security feature in Django that doesn't allow without a token, the submissions without a token. So this is to avoid middleman attacks when we are submitting information to the server. If there is somebody intercepting that request and sending a modified request to the server, your data will be corrupted or your data will be stolen. So for avoiding that, by default, Django gives a functionality called cross-site request forgery token. CSRF means cross-site request forgery. So this one we need to include in every form that we use in Django. So this is a great feature when it comes to security. Let's go to our code. So in the form, I'm going to use that CSRF token. When we are submitting this form, it's now sends CSRF token also as part of the post request. If I go back to the browser and inspect the existing post request body, to go to the payload of this, you can see only these two, title and text are being passed. CSRF token is not being passed. Now I've added the CSRF token in the code. Let's refresh this page and submit a simple here. Let's go submit. Okay, we haven't specified a redirect URL. We need to also specify that. Success URL also we need to specify. Let's go back to the code. Here we have defined for this particular view, we have defined the model and fields. Upon success, what has to happen, we haven't defined. So we need to add that also. Success URL. So after successfully creating the node, where do I go next? Is to nodes/list. Let's go back to the browser and resubmit one more request. Open new, another simple out, another example. When I go submit, it has created and then redirected to list view. And if you inspect the new request that went, it is a post request, and we have payload CSRF middleware token. And if you go to new, it is also including the CSRF token in the form. So all this data will go along with this information. It will go along with this. There is a CSRF token that is sent to the server. So this is a great feature in Django. This is very useful in security. So this is list view. We have redirected to list view once the node is created. And then comes the create view is done. Now we have updates also. There is some things we can do with updates also. And but before going to updates, what if I want to customize the fields? Let's say this is text field I'm showing in the title and text. They are text field and text area. What if I want to add some CSS attributes to it? So in order to achieve that, we need to create a custom form renderer. Let's go create new form. So to customize this, let's go create a new file called forms.py and import from Django, import forms. I'm going to customize this form that is rendered in the UI. So I'll import from models, import nodes. I'm going to declare a class called nodes form that inherits from forms.model form. And I'm going to declare a meta class here. So meta class specifies what are the extra parameters or fields that need to be added in this form. So let's go define the model as nodes. Whatever we have specified here, fields and model has to go into this meta class. So I can remove this from here and comment out from here, or like we'll comment out later. This fields also we will copy and use it in this. And what next? Let's go back to the views and specify the form class as notes form. So this one I need to import from forms, from dot forms import notes form. This I have specified, and we no longer need this model and fields because we have declared these two fields inside the nodes forms meta section. So let's go back to this views and comment on these two things. We are almost set, and there is success URL. It's by default nodes list. It should go there, and that's it. Let's go to browser and see if any difference is there. So now that we are customizing the form, so we haven't done any specific modifications. We are just changing the way who is rendering the form. New. So this should give the template name also. We need to specify template name also in the meta section. Let's go to that. View template name we will change in the view. The template name was notes slash sorry the notes form HTML. Let's go revisit our browser. Fresh. Now we have this form, but this form is getting rendered by our custom extended or overridden form class. So let's say I want to add some bootstrap classes to these form rendered elements. I can do it like this. If I have here the forms, the fields have been defined. So these fields can be overridden with widgets. And before going to widgets or customizations, let's do some validations. So how do I do validations on the existing fields? If a person submits some empty strings in the fields, how do I avoid having those restrictions or validating if the data has been correctly entered in the fields or not? So for that, I need to add something here. Field title. So if it is a field, for every field, this clean underscore the field name function gets called before submitting the form to the database. Before we create the database entity, this thing gets called for every field that we specify here. So we have to define a class, define a function, clean title. That's for now just put as a placeholder. And also we will declare one more function called clean text, which accepts self. So I'll go in depth into what self is in the object-oriented programming with Python. We will have that class from Monday. So here I can get the actual content that is given to the title field. Title equals self dot clean data of title. So this data, title field, whatever is filled in the browser and submitted, will be coming inside this clean data. So I will validate here if Django not in title, raise a validation error, This validation error we should still import. I'm just going to put the text here. We only accept notes regarding Django. And validation error has to be imported from Django.core.exceptions import validation error. You can refer to the documentation to find out where you can find these packages and validation exceptions. And if there is no exception here or no validation error, then return title. And in here also, just return text equal self dot clean data of text, return text. You can instead do return here itself, but let's do it in a clear way. Now let's go back to the browser and submit some text that doesn't have Django in it and see if the errors are coming up. I'll go refresh some text and submit. Notes form object has no attribute clean data. I think it's cleaned data. We should use cleaned data, not clean data. Here, if we go here, cleaned data is what we should use. All right. Let's go back to the browser. Refresh some text. Refresh again. Some text goes here. My example text goes here. Submit. And we have one error being shown. This is the error that is raised from the backend. Okay, that's good. Now I want to display this error text not here, but against this some text or like in the bottom I want to use. So let's use that customizations to the template. See here. So in the style.css, I'm going to add one more thing. So, but before that, I need to see what's the class of this error text that I'm getting. To highlight this and not display this, I need to add a CSS rule that displays this as none. If I go here, this error list is the class for this particular entity. I'm copying this. I go back to the code. And in my style.css in static files, I'm going to add a class here, display none. This says that we should not display this particular class. And once that is done, then I'll go to the notes form and I'm going to display this error text. So I'll add a division here at the end after the form. If form dot errors, then do something. And if I want to display those errors inside this form dot errors dot title as text. So if there is an error in the title field, if we go to the views, if there is an error in the title field, it will come in the titles object, title object. If the error is there in the text field or validation error is found in text field, it will come with the text object. So if the errors will have two objects here, title and text. If the error is found in title, it will be in title. If it is found in text, it will be in the text. So this one displays the errors at the bottom. Let's go to the browser and check if this works. Let's refresh and it shows at the bottom. And somehow this is not going away. And do we have the CSS rule here? Let's refresh this and submit a new data. Sample node, submit, and it comes here as well. And this one error list is there. And if we go to the CSS styles, I don't think this is getting included. Let's go back to the CSS. There is some mistake. We should correct. In the CSS style.css error list display none. Display should be hidden, I guess. No, actually it should be none. Display none. Is it not coming into this notes form? Extends based on HTML. This has use static has not been used. It should have out static CSS style CSS. We have it already. I think we should refresh and check. Let me check once. Okay, I didn't refresh. I think it took time to get reloaded. Let's go back to the browser and see. I refreshed. Now I'm going to submit a new note. Sample note. Submit, and we don't see that top item because we have that style included. We have the style, and this element is not getting displayed, and this element is coming. This is what we needed, and we are good with that. Let's go back. And see my code. Yep. Now let's go back to the text field and see if we can change this text areas to a better styling, and if we can add CSS styles to CSS classes to these fields, that would be good. So let's go to the form builder. We have forms, and here I want to add some extra styling to these elements. So for adding extra customizations to these fields that we have, based on the type of this field, automatically the Django framework will choose its styling, whether it is a text area or a text field. It will auto-determine, but we can override that with widgets. Let's define widgets that will specify what type of field I need to use for each of the what type of element I need to use with each of these fields. For this, I need to use forms dot text field text input that accepts attributes. So I'm going to give a class attribute which has some bootstrap classes from control and merchant Wi-Fi. And similarly, I will use overrides for text also, text field also, forms dot text area values, attributes. I'm going to use as class again. It's going to be form control, same thing. And if I want to override the labels that the data comes with, I can override the labels like this. So text label will come as write your levels here. Okay, let's go see if any errors are there. I think as length is all good. We're good. Let's restart the server. All good. So let's go to the browser and see how this is getting displayed. Let's refresh. And now the titles, the CSS tools have been applied for Bootstrap. The classes have been added. This is how we override how the Django forms are rendered. So first thing we need to do is activate our environment. We have this Django environment. My Django environment script activate.ps1. If I activate this, I'm now into Django environment. Cool. Next thing, we have a project. Inside that we have two apps, notes and home. Let's start the server and see where we are. We have to first cd into this project, my example project. To start the server, I need to use Python manage.py. Starts run server. This opens up this application. Let's go to this URL and see what it looks like. Nice. And if I go to notes, it shows me all the notes. If I go click on this, it will go to the detail view of this node. So now what I have is detail views. And create view, we have nodes. New, if I do, it will come to the create view. I can add more nodes here. One more node here. This is a description of the node. If I submit, we only accept nodes regarding Django. So any node which doesn't have Django in the title, it doesn't allow. Let's do that. And we had the validation added. So I'll submit. Now it's added here. So we have list view, detail view, and create view. So we don't have a way to update this particular node. So let's do that today. Update and delete also we will implement today. So in the views, let's go to the nodes application. Inside views, we have create view. We have from generic views, we also have an update view template. So I'm going to inherit from this update view, create a new view class, nodes update view. And then I'm going to define model as nodes. Fields, I'm going to allow title to be edited and text to be edited. After updating success URL, I'm going to define as slash nodes and list. Some same as this. And for nodes update view, I'm going to have one more template created. Template name I'm going to use as node slash nodes edit.html. So I'm going to use same thing form class as nodes form. And here I actually need not specify the fields and model. I can just comment out these two. This is what I need to have. Let's go to the browser. Before that, I need to add this view to the URLs. I have new view and I need to add one more view for update slash int foreign key, primary key, and then I need to use views dot nodes update view dot as view. And I'm going to give a name to this view called nodes dot update. So let's go to the browser. I have a nodes update slash one. It should go to the update view, but we don't have a template or the definition of the form. We haven't specified the form yet in the template. Let's go back to the code. Here we are using existing form itself. I'm not going to use this form class. Let's quickly do out form has this. So when it comes to update, we are actually editing an existing item. So for whenever we are using an existing item, we need to pass in the context object. Context object name, I'm going to use it as node. In the node edit view, I'm going to create a new edit view, something similar to nodes form. I'm going to copy paste this one. Name nodes edit. I'm going to use it as edit form. Here I'm going to use action as node start edit or update. Let's actually update as I've used update in this. I'm going to use that inside this nodes edit form. Use this, and then I will also need a primary key for this node.id. I need to use the method. I'm going to use post because Django doesn't allow uh, put requests in the templates. So this one should work as it is, and submit also should work as it is. Nothing else need to change. And we have to use nodes edit form inside this view. Nodes edit form I need to use. Let's go see how this works in the UI. Let's go back to the node welcome page. Start the nodes, go here. I'll just make it as update or edit. What URL did I use? Update. Some query set. Notes operator is missing query set. Define model. Okay, we haven't specified the model. Let's specify the model option. Because we are using a detail view kind of template, we have to specify the model name also. When we are creating the model, creating the node, we don't have to, because it's all from the nodes form. Node form doesn't need to know any context about the object. We have defined it here. For this, we still need to specify these two. I doubt fields are required. Let's figure out. Let's go refresh this page. Form class is not permitted when we are giving fields. So this fields should not be specified. Let's go edit that. Fields I can comment out, not required. Let's go to the browser, refresh. Now we have it. So if I go back to this, I'm going here and I am going here and changing the URL to edit. Oh, sorry, I need to put it as update. So it's showing by default, it's getting that nodes object and showing these details for us. If I inspect now, go to the network tab, I'm going to edit this nodes to edited. And if I submit, we only accept nodes recording Django. Django, the validations are all working as it is. I have to use Django in the text. Submit. Now it's edited. This one got edited. See? So the edit is working. So one thing I want to do is I want to add a new field called edit button here. If I go to the detail view, I need to be able to edit from here. Let's go to the code, add a new button in the detail view, notes detail view. Here I'm going to add a new button, or I'll just keep it as it is and add it here. The edit button, I'm going to add it here. href, I'm going to use URL, sorry, URL nodes start edit, or sorry, update, and foreign key I need to use as primary key I need to use as not ID, and class name I'm going to use button and primary. I'm going to use edit. Is this? Let's go to the browser, refresh this particular page, and I have an edit button. Let's go click on edit. It goes to this view. All right. On submit, it's going to send a post request and update the records and go to the list view again. All good so far. Now I have implemented the edit functionality. Now it's time to implement a delete functionality for us. Similar to edit button, I'm going to use a delete button here. Delete. I'm going to use button ranger. I'm going to have a view called delete. For the same thing, I'm going to name it as delete. And notes, instead of notes update view, I'm going to use a view called notes delete view. I'm going to implement the same view in the views. If I go to views, class notes delete view, I'm going to inherit this from delete view. Delete view has to be imported from generic views. Just like update view, I need delete view also. So the same thing I'm using here. I'm going to define model as nodes and success URL. I'm going to pass it as nodes list. Template name, I'll just use nodes dot nodes delete dot html, or I'll just say nodes confirm delete confirmation form. I'm going to use inform class. I'm going to use nodes form. I think I don't need to use this nodes form. And context object also we need because we are handling with single object node. So I'm going to implement this particular template in here. So I'm just going to copy this particular edit form itself, confirm delete, and whenever I'm using a form, I need to also use CSRF token, and we no longer need this form to be displayed. I just need a confirmation button here. Type submit, it should be button danger confirm button, and I need to show to the user that are you sure you want to delete this note, and what is that note we have to display. So this is note dot title. So instead of notes dot update, it should be notes dot delete, as we are using in the views URLs. Notes dot delete is what this is. Notes confirm delete form should have this. Method should be post. So ideally speaking, this method should be delete, but Django doesn't allow delete requests in the templates. Let's use post instead. So this should give us a confirmation page. Let's see that. And invalid syntax. URL, if I go here, I need a comma here. So now let's go to the browser and see if things are working. So I have a list view. Let's go here. I have a delete button. If I click on this, it's going to the update view. We actually need to go into the delete view. So that's something we should fix in the code. There we go. Go to the URLs, nothing, delete, and delete view. Something fishy here. Now it's delete view, template name. Now it's confirm delete. I think somewhere I have fixed it. I think in the detail view, I am using notes update here. It should actually be notes delete view. So this link is going to update. You should actually use delete view. Let's go back to the browser. Go to the home page. Okay, go to the notes. Let's go to this node. Let's delete this node. Click on delete. Or if you want to delete this node, I want to confirm. If I see the browser request, this is a post request to delete endpoint, and it got deleted also. If I go click on this and delete this, confirm, it got deleted. So we have implemented delete view also now. And what else is there? Okay. We'll go over creating a new view for upwards. Let's go to notes. We have title, text, and created. So for the liking, we don't have any view to update this likes. Let's have a view. So if you go to the views, we have already seen list view, delete, detail view, create view, update view, and delete view. Basically, these are all the CRUD operations. Create, read, update, and delete. This is how CRUD operations are implemented in Django. So I have the virtual environment. I'll just activate that with executing this scripts / my Django env scripts and activate ps1. So yesterday we have looked into how to create a create view in the notes application. If you go here, so we have created a inherited from create view for creating a note, and we have customized our form to include a widget which has like title with the class name form control. So let's go over what we have to do now. So we have done a create form. So now we want to create an update view also. Let me go run the server, go inside my project, Python manage.py, run server, and I'm going to access this. Let's go to the browser. This is nice. So if I go to the notes, I can see the notes. If I want to create a new node, I can do with new. And this shows the form. This form was customized by our nodes form. So this styling and all, if you inspect class, this is all we added from our custom widgets in the code. Let's go to the widgets. I'm going to add one more view for create. So till now we have, I'm going to add a widget for update. So we have done a view that creates the nodes. Let's go create another view called update view. So there is a generic view template in Django called update view. This is what we are going to use for creating an update view. So let's create a class with name nodes update view that inherits from update view. And similar to what we had earlier, we will have the same kind of parameters modeled as nodes. Fields, I want to allow editing of title as well as text. And I'm going to use same form class as nodes form for both update and create. It's going to use the same form. And template name also, I will specify. Same thing, but the path will differ. If I go to URL, so instead of new, I'm going to add a new URL for edit. This actually should accept one more parameter, like just like this. I'm just going to copy this one and modify this. I'm going to use update notes update. I'm going to use this name as update. So when I'm submitting the data, it will go to this update view rather than to the new view. Let's go to the notes form. And here I have a best view. I can add a cancel button here before editing. I can just say a button called cancel. I'm going to use an anchor element for this. To say ref, I'm going to use the URL notes.list for canceling this edit operation. Cancel. And when I click cancel, it has to go into the list view. So if I put this anchor element inside the form, it will act like a submit button, but I don't want that to happen. So I'm putting it outside the form element. Cancel button, and I'll just add a class here. I'm going to make this as a button secondary. This is all bootstrap classes. We will discuss bootstrap classes when we go into UI, UI classes. And I will add one more button for update. And this accepts nodes ID pk equals node.id. We'll use this button as edit. So there is some error here in this file. Let's see, a comma is missing here. Okay. Go to notes form. Cancel button I've added and edit button I have added. Let's see how this looks. Notes slash update slash one. Is the path correct? This is a get request. We actually need to do an update. So let's just go to details one. One second. I go to notes here. Okay, we have to accept parameter also to the view, but I forgot to add the correct view into the URLs. I just copied thing. Let's go here. Here it shows notes detail view. We should actually use notes update view. So I copied that. I forgot to change this. Okay. Let's go back to the browser. Notes details one. I'm just going to use update one, pk not found. So this parameter has to be accepted from the view. There is something we should do here. pk one. It should be the ID. Yeah, let's use instead of this. Let's just check if this works. Oops, update. Edit has been tried. Reverse per nodes update is not found. It's trying to find a URL. Okay, this is where it is. Nodes update. Let's go to. It's an error in the template, not in our URL mapping. At this form, we have nodes.update. Is it correct? Nodes.update. That's correct. But this node is not defined. So basically, this is not correct. This should not exist here. So node is not defined here. We should actually get the node first inside this context object name. We should give in the nodes update. Let's try now. How we are able to edit. If you see, go back to the code. But actually in the template, we were trying to get node ID. Let's do this uncomment. Let's see if this thing comes up properly. Okay, yeah, good. Let's go back to the home view. Check out the nodes. I'm going to go to this node. I'm going to add the edit and cancel buttons, edit button here inside this. Sorry, I have to present the code. So this button I'm going to copy into the detail view, nodes detail view, and add it over here. This one is going to be no start update, node.id. This is correct. And then the URL mapping is edit. I can just change it like this. That's okay. You can keep it that way. Anything else we need to do? Very good. We can, once it is redirected, it goes here. When I submit, this form action again has to go into the update view. Let's go now to the browser, refresh. I have edit. Let's submit and see. This again went into a new request, and this is added a new one, but we need to add it as a edit form. So for that, I'm going to do one thing. So if it is a new entry, if node exists, I'm going to call an update function rather than create function. Instead, we can actually have separate view for edit. Let's do that instead. Same form, I'm going to do, copy this, rename this notes edit form. I'm going to use notes edit form in the update view. Same logic works, except that I can just remove this edit. You keep the edit, no problem. Instead of notes.new, I'm going to use notes.update. And method, I'm going to put it as put instead of post. And I'm going to change the template name. Let's see how this works. Go to this node, edit, notes.update. Okay, I think somewhere I've done a mistake. Yeah, thing is, we have not used the ID. So this is the problem. If you go here, we have used nodes.update and we forgot to add this primary key. Which node to update we haven't added. So that's what I'm going to use now. In the form here, I'm going to use pk as node.id. Let's refresh. And we have it. Let's go back. Check out the nodes. Go to this node, edit. Second time. Let's clear the log and go to network tab. See what request goes. Edit request went. It was a get request. But we actually need to send a post request to it. This is a get request, and when we submit it, are we not getting one more? Okay, it's going to get request. Let's go back and change the request type to post. Method should be post. Let's try that one. Submit. No, you're able to redirect to. Okay. So after successfully editing, we haven't given any URL to go list the things. Just like for create, we have to also specify the success URL for the edit functionality. Let's go to the views. We have to give the success URL also here. Now let's go back to the browser. Even though it edited, it did not redirect. So here we can see that this got edited, but we didn't give the success URL. That's why it failed to redirect. So we'll go to this particular notes, edit this second time, submit. And now it's redirected to this. I need to see if this got successfully saved. So this sent a post request to this endpoint. Sometimes some REST servers will implement post as the default mechanism for edit also. So according to REST standards, post is used for create and put is used for update. So in usual servers, it's flexible that they can use post request itself for updating also, not just creating. So based on the implementation of the server, the post request can be used for updates also. So in this particular case, Django is implementing a post request for edit. That's why when we implemented a put request, it did not update the record and it was throwing an error. So now as we used post request, it's now able to edit and save. So if I go edit this also, another time, and this also got edited. So now let's implement a delete functionality. So similar to update view, we also have delete view in the standard templates. Let's go use that. Now we have seen listing, detail, create, update, and there is one more thing called delete view from Django library. I'm going to use this now. nodes delete view that inherits from delete view. And similar to what we defined earlier, same thing we should define model as nodes. And after deleting, where do I need to send the URL redirection URL? So I'm going to use slash nodes slash list. I think that's all we need to do here, but we need to add this view into the URLs. For delete also, we need to add that. So I'll just add this delete URL, delete, and use the view, delete view, and name it as nodes.delete. So we also need a view for this to actually delete this record. A form should be shown for delete. So let's go to nodes. Let's create a new form. Nodes delete.html. And same thing that we use here, I'll just copy paste. Just that we don't need this form also. We just need a method as post. Let's do a confirmation here before we do that. Or if you want to delete this, delete this. In quotes, I'll just use dot title, and I'll implement a button, and this I'll just put it as a danger button, 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 danger. It shows in red, and delete, or I'll just put delete or confirm. That's about what you want. I'll just put a quotation question mark here. Okay, that gives yes, Shruti. We can put delete also, but it depends on the implementation of the server. Let's try with delete first and see if this works. And one more thing we need to do, and this delete button, we should, to go into this particular view, we also need to create a button in the detail views of that particular node. Node detail view, I'm going here, just like edit, I'm going to add one more view for one more link for delete. Now start delete, and same thing works, and delete. And let's see now. URL is specified, and let's go to the view and specify the success URL. Okay. Template name, we have to see if this nodes underscore delete. By default, Django assumes a set of template names. So it starts with the model name and the view that we are inheriting from. So nodes delete view will assume nodes underscore delete. Let's see if that is working or not. Right now we are using a method as delete in the action. Let's see that. Did we correctly use the action nodes delete? Like this, notes delete. So action, it's going to be notes delete. Delete this. URL we have delete. This should work. Let's try this. Refresh, go to this node. Let's try delete. Template does not exist. It's trying to get the confirmation. This is trying to get a uh, template like this format. So the template that we used, the Django standard template that we used for delete view is expecting to have nodes underscore confirm underscore delete. We can override that functionality if we just rename our nodes delete to nodes confirm delete. This works. Let's try now. Go back to, let's go to the list view, home view, check out the nodes, go to the detail view, and let's do delete. Reverse of nodes delete with key argument pk not found. Keyword argument and something we are missing. Nodes delete. Let's try with this option. Let's figure out delete pk not.id. I think this is not working because delete request method is get. I think this is the reason. Let's try with post option. Seems like it is not working with delete method. Or let's try to figure out if that is the case. This one has delete and it's trying, the UI is trying with nodes slash delete slash ID. Let's try changing this to a post request instead of delete. I think delete, as you mentioned, is not working with Django. Let's figure out. So here, delete nodes slash delete slash file. Wait. Here it is. The thing is, we haven't mentioned the uh, object model name in the view. Let's go here. Context object name we forgot to add. The same error that we got for, let's change this back to delete. Go here, nodes detail view, delete view, sorry. Nodes delete view. If we go here, model we have defined and success URL we have defined, but we didn't define context object and we are trying to access node.id in the template. So this node is not found in this template because we haven't defined this context object. We have to use this context object called node here so that it will fetch the actual node item and use the context object name node. And once the rendered template is shown to the user, it will get from that particular context object. Let's figure out now. Let's try to see if this works. Back, check the nodes, go to delete. Okay, now it's working. If I confirm, it has to send a delete request. Confirm, it's sending get request. So it seems like it's not working. Delete is not being sent. We'll do a post request now. instead of delete request. This is a trade-off. Even when we are using plain views that are implemented from Django, we have to stick to what it is giving us. If I'm using this view, delete view, this would have some predefined functionality. So this has been implemented based on the post request. So what we can do is, if we are implementing the REST APIs ourselves, we can redefine those APIs to not use post, instead use delete. The standard of REST APIs is to use delete method for delete functionality, but this is a trade-off if we are using existing implementations. So for delete view, I'm going to use post for now. So later when we go into advanced Django and implementing the REST APIs ourselves, then we will use the standard REST APIs. So let's go back to the browser. I'm now using post request for even for delete. Go to this node, delete, confirm, verification failed. So every time we use a form, we also have to specify the CSRF token. So this I forgot to add. So I'm going to add that CSRF token here. This will be a hidden field. Let's go to the browser. Back to the welcome page. Check out the nodes. Delete. Here, if I inspect this, inside the form there is a hidden field. So this data also has to be passed when we are sending a post request. Let's confirm. This has sent a post request to this delete endpoint, and that last node is gone now. Let's go delete this also now. Delete, confirm, again delete, confirm. Delete functionality is also working, but the trade-off is that we are using post request always in these standard views. When we are implementing REST-based APIs in the backend in Django, we can use the standard REST APIs, REST methods. And then what's next? We can have a like view added. Let's just say we have the nodes been defined. We can have an API or a view that is used for updating the likes. Whenever somebody clicks on a like button, it can do a post request and update the likes, edit the node and add the likes there. I think that should be easy to implement. And do you think you can implement that? So just like the update view, we want some view to actually allow us to edit this likes and add new likes to that particular nodes. That thing you can implement. Or we can do here itself. Okay, so we use context object so that the view knows which object name to use. Let's say if you specify context object here, if you don't specify this object, this view will automatically assume some variable. So in the view template, we are using node as the context object. So for this view to actually get the actual node and pass it on to the node's template, I need to give a name to that variable. So what would be the variable name that I'm going to use in the template? This can be like, let's say, my example node. I can say my example node. How does this view, delete view, know that I'm using my example node as the context object? So this one I can change it back now, and instead of node, I'm going to use my example node. Now, when it finds this particular node that we are accessing with ID 1 or whichever ID that I'm accessing, it will get that object from DB, and that object name, it's going to change this to my example node while passing it on to this particular template to render. Let's try accessing this now. This particular page, now I've changed it to my example node in the delete view. So let's go to this, delete, inspect. So delete slash 2 it is using because this context object is being used as my example node. Let's say if I go back to the code and say I don't specify context object, or I specify it wrongly in here. I will specify node as the context object name, and in the template I'm using my example node. So when this view is passing this node object to this template, it will pass it as node, not as my example node. That time this fails. Let's try to access this from the browser and see what happens. Now it says this error. Reverse for node.delete with keyword argument pk empty. It's unable to find the primary key as we are accessing it through a variable called my example node instead of node. The context object is passed as node, not as my example node. For us to pass the same node, I have to use whatever context object name is there. That name I have to use here. If I go back to the browser now, go back to home, notes, delete. Now it's working. So this is why we use context object name in order to communicate to the browser or template what variable name it should use, what variable name the view is passing to the template. And CSRF token is for security reasons. So when I am submitting some information to the server, it should be authorized that the submitting entity is an authorized entity. So whenever a form is rendered from the server side to the client, to the browser, it will also send a security token. That token, as part of the acknowledgement and as part of the submission, we also have to pass that token in order for the server to know that this is an authorized entity. This is who this is to whom I have sent the form. And if somebody submits without the token and tries to intercept the data and change the password or change some data in the form, then they will not have this security token as part of their form. That's why we will detect that this is not an authorized entity who is editing this particular data. CSRF token means cross-site request forgery token. So if somebody uses the same form in another domain or another website, they won't be able to submit the information to our server. That's a security feature in Django. So that's about it.